Hope you're having a great conversation. We have a great turnout this year. And I just want to mention, we're going to get started now. I'm going to bring up Stan Spitek. He is a former Chicago firefighter. He's an expert in the field of safety and prevention. And he has a sore throat. He does a lot of talking. I think I do a lot of talking. Stan does a lot of talking. Stan, just for a little bit of background, has been in this role with Copa Health through his organization for 9 years now. So everybody welcome Stan Spitek.
Well, good morning, and wow as to where this program has gone in the last 10 years. In a few minutes, you're going to hear from Norm and get a little bit of history about Copa Health's commitment to emergency preparedness, focusing on vulnerable populations, but also focusing on the whole community. If this was a category in Jeopardy today, it would be entitled Potpourri, because we have put together an extremely diverse number of panels and presentations today that is going to be beneficial to you, the emergency manager, the person from your organization that's responsible for emergency preparedness, or just the average attendee that's here today that wants to expand their knowledge base on emergency management principles. You're going to hear from Norm how the program has evolved from kind of a singular focus on how to be better prepared at Copa Health, formerly Mark Community Resources, a great organization that focused on some of our nation's and our community's most vulnerable citizens. But you're going to also hear how we've expanded our scope to reach out to the whole community. And vis-a-vis, here we are today with so many different diverse representation of different organizations that are here to be inspired, motivated, educated on some of the great emergency preparedness principles that you're going to hear about today. You know, one of the great things that I learned when I moved to Arizona after I retired from the Chicago area fire department 20 years ago is that living in the great state of Arizona puts us in a position that we're in a pretty stable state when it comes to disaster, especially natural disasters. Sure, we get the haboobs, we get other weather-related events, we get other naturally occurring events to some degree, either in the mountains or in the deserts, but for the most part, this is a pretty stable state. And the state of mind that we're going to talk about today in our session is going to focus on emergency preparedness and people. So one of the first things that we want to do, after I give you a couple of housekeeping directions, restrooms are down the hall, out the back door to the left. If there is an emergency, like a fire alarm activation, we're not going to sit here and look at each other. What do? You need to know that we're going to go out either of the peripheral exits. We'll exit the building if the fire alarm sounds, and we'll reassemble under the canopy out in front. But speaking of people, what a great place to host an event like this. Boy, we started in an auditorium, maybe even in a classroom, when the Copa organization did their first tabletop exercise. We've been at Leisure World, we've been at other venues, but today we're in Scottsdale. And we thought that it would be a great idea to have a local dignitary and a great public servant from the city of Scottsdale welcome you all to this event. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Chief Tom Shannon to the stage.
Good morning. Well, Stan and I grew up in the same town in the Chicago area, and we've become fast friends. And he actually insisted that I wear my sailor suit today just out of cruelty, because it took me about 15 minutes to get into it this morning. COVID was not kind to me. So welcome to Scottsdale, of course, and it's awesome always to see so many familiar faces. If I can just say one thing in my welcome, and that is this is just yet the next iteration of what you have all been doing for so long in your careers. And for those of you that are new to your career and your chosen profession within public health and the emergency preparedness realm, Arizona is renowned for our relationships and our collaboration. In this room, and you'll get to hear from Chief Whitney here in just a second on mass gathering events, in this room are collaborators that have participated in every big event that we've had in Arizona in my career. And we should continue that. That's our strength. In the post 9/11 era, we spent a lot of time on the things that were probably really high consequence, but probably low frequency. But the thing that is very high frequency and of also equally high consequence is our people problems and our mass gathering events, whether they be biological consequences of people or certainly the aggressive nature of our society. So, having said that, Scottsdale is committed to that process. My emergency manager and his wingman are in here today. And you certainly reach out to Troy and Jacob for any information on what we're doing in Scottsdale for our preparedness efforts. Collaboration is everything that we focus on in Scottsdale to make our big events successful. Our partners with the Phoenix consortium, if you will, for mass gathering events is alive and well and strong. And yesterday I spent a lot of time with the workforce and the labor groups recommitting to that relationship of service to the community as the primary function of our existence. And so if you get time while you're here, spend a little time downtown and shop. We could use it. And I hope you have a great day. So have a great conference.
Thanks, Chief. All right, it's going to be a casual day. Again, a lot of diverse presentations, a whole mixed bag of topics that we're going to cover. And Norm, why don't you make your way up to the front here? And again, maybe I'm easily impressed, but this is unbelievable. You know, you started out in a classroom when Mark Community Resources had an internal drive in the city of Mesa to be better prepared for emergencies, that you knew that you served a vulnerable population, that you knew that you needed to focus on that vulnerable population. Sometimes police, fire, and other first responders don't have a full focus on that vulnerable population that you do serve and did serve back in the day and continue to expand in your health network with Copa Health. Why don't you give our audience here kind of a background of where we came from and where we are today?
Thank you, Stan. And thank you, Chief Shannon. I'm not sure where he went off to, but thank you. You know, it's interesting because I get a lot of information from popular culture. And I remember many years ago, I watched a made-for-TV movie about a plane crash that happened in Iowa that was successful in the sense that many of the people that came down in this plane survived. And I just kept thinking, man, they were lucky. But then when I learned more about the preparation they put together to be that lucky, to be able to save all those lives, I started to think maybe it isn't luck all the time. Maybe it's just lucky that we have the opportunity. So many, many years ago, I was at a conference learning how to write grants, and I met somebody who introduced me to the incident command-based system. So there's an incident command training system. By a show of hands, how many people have ever heard of that? Yes, I figured. Well, it was the first time that we kind of introduced it to a nonprofit. We have a lot of group homes. We have a lot of apartment complexes, day programs. So we decided that we were going to try to deploy that system. And our first effort in 2014 was a tabletop exercise. We had FEMA, we had Mesa Police, Mesa Fire, we had the Red Cross, we had representatives from ASU, and we thought that it was just one of the greatest things ever. We had like 25 people there. Now look at everything here. The next year, we want to really expand, and I don't know that any of our buildings have boilers or boiler rooms, but we did a mock boiler room explosion at our main campus. And that was the first time that my friend Stan Spitek was involved. So he's been involved for over 9 years. The following year, dealing with things that were in the public eye, we had an active shooter drill. And the active shooter drill was out at one of our sites out in far East Mesa called Freestone. And this is a campus that deals with people who have the highest vulnerability. So we're talking about vulnerable populations. Young adults, elderly adults who have developmental and intellectual disabilities. And I remember afterwards when we did a hot wash, that was the first time I heard the term hot wash. I thought it was something my mother told me to do when I was younger. Like, no, use hot water. I realized that we were really making not just a difference for Copa Health, Mark Community Resources at the time, but the Mesa Police, Mesa Fire, the EMTs came to us and they said, thank you. We did not realize what people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, how they would respond in these types of situations. Some sheltered in place and they hid. Others ran towards the police when there was an active shooter. Not a good thing. So during the hot wash, we realized that we were doing a great job not only helping out our organization, but helping out other organizations, first responders, health caregivers, EMTs, in learning how to deal with the populations that we serve. The next year, we decided to come inside, and we had a conference that featured Frank DeAngelis, the former principal of Columbine High School. And what we talked about there during that conference was a lot of after the fact. What happens after the fact? What were the things that really... Oh, I see we've got a timeline up here. Thank you. Jeff put together a great timeline for me, and I'm looking at it here. And so we realized that the emotional health of people often makes a difference, and not just the members that we had, the vulnerable populations, but the people that were taking care of them. The next year we had a turf. Raise your hand if you've ever heard of a turf. I didn't. I thought it was something that you put on football fields, but it was a fantastic activity where we actually had a Mesa police officer for the second year in a row play the role of a bad guy and come in with a long rifle right in the middle of it. It was not a live round rifle, by the way. I just have to make sure everybody knows that. The next year, 2019, it was so interesting, and I have to give a big shout out to my friends down at the Arizona Public Health Emergency Preparedness Department, Teresa Enert, who is the bureau chief down there. At the time, Antonio Hernandez was down there too. And they came to me and they said, listen, we've seen what you've been doing, working with vulnerable populations, and we want you to have a conference that focuses on something very specific. And I said, okay. They were getting ready to do a national exercise called Crimson Contagion that dealt with infectious disease control. So we came up with the name Planning for a Pandemic 6 months before COVID happened. And Dennis Dene out here was one of our presenters at that. He taught us what personal protective equipment was, PPE, well before everybody else knew. And it was just so enlightening. And then 6 months later, COVID came along. For the next 2 years, we had virtual conferences, and they went very well. We had great speakers, resiliency the first year during the pandemic, and leadership during the pandemic. And as I'm talking about this, the involvement just kept growing. It kept growing to the point where we had many organizations involved, many people join us. We had people from all across the nation join us for our virtual conferences. And then last year, leadership during the pandemic was back in person, and we had leaders come up and talk about what it took to get through the COVID-19 pandemic. And I know we're not completely through it, but what it took on specific levels, specifically dealing with vulnerable populations. And we had Mary Camilli, we had Richard Turner help us out with the state that year. I think Richard's here, so good to see you. We had so many people. The governor of Hawaii was a presenter. And when you talk about situations, who would have ever guessed about a fire in Hawaii, the disaster that would be? And finally, that brings us to this year. The thing that I like so much about this year is, first of all, we've got the biggest crowd ever. We had over 200 people registered. We had a limit of 200 people registered. We have 63 different organizations who have registered for this conference this year. And I think that is fantastic. We got Tom Shannon. That was fantastic. We've got a great group of people, and we are just so lucky to have you all here. Watch out for next year. We're going to keep going. We're going to make this bigger, and we want to get the word out there. Helping vulnerable populations with emergency preparedness is our top priority. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Norm. You know, what is most interesting to me In addition to working with Copa Health, I'm the life safety and disaster planning consultant for the Arizona Healthcare Association, along with my partner there, Gil Damiani. Most of you know Gil, retired assistant fire chief from Mesa Fire and Medical Department. We work with vulnerable populations, and those vulnerable populations that we work with in skilled nursing and long-term care, they've got mandates to focus on emergency preparedness, the CMS requirements that are out there. What's most remarkable to me is that COPA, while some of their divisions and elements of their operation does receive CMS funding and probably has other regulators that require certain provisions on emergency preparedness, they've been doing this for 10 years just because it's the right thing to do. COPA and its leadership, some of the people are represented here today. John Scott Williams, a past board president of Mark Community Resources, now Copa Health. They were committed to moving the ball forward on emergency preparedness in the community because they were committed to make sure that when that fateful day comes and disaster strikes us here in the valley, they weren't going to be part of the problem, they're going to be part of the solution. So people is what it's all about. And a lot of the presentations that you're going to hear today are going to focus on managing people during an emergency. When we talked about all the major events that happened here in Arizona, Scottsdale, again, was pretty much ground zero of a lot of these events that occur. And we thought one of the great perspectives that we could bring to this program today is bringing someone up here who's been hands-on with managing these types of major events. So I want to introduce now Chief John Whitney from Superstition Fire and Rescue, or is it Fire and Medical, Chief? Fire and Medical? John Whitney, Chief of Superstition Fire and Medical, and he's going to talk to you about humongous crowd management.
All right. Thank you. Morning, everybody. How are y'all doing? All right. I don't know, maybe by a show of hands, which is worse, being the first presenter of the day or the first presenter after lunch is always the tough spot. So I'm honored to be here. As Stan mentioned, I've had quite a bit of experience with. Is that the clicker? Awesome. Thank you. I like the big obvious arrows, making it firefighter proof. But I could choke on this, so it's not exactly firefighter proof. No, I'm really honored to be here. Stan said it was casual, but I have shoes on and a tie, and I don't have a cocktail, so it can't be that casual. So we'll discuss our differences there. So Stan gave me this topic, and I liked it. It's a fun topic that we can talk about, and humongous crowd management. And I know the overarching conversation and theme of this conference is that state of emergency, state of mind. So I kind of want all of you to kind of get in that concept. So when we talk, I'm going to do a quick intro here. All right, got it. So I'm a fire department chief officer. So I worked 17 years in the city of Scottsdale. I worked under Chief Shannon as a deputy chief. I worked alongside Troy Lutrick, which I'll mention here in a little bit. He was Scottsdale's emergency manager. And, plug your ears, Troy, but he is the absolute best emergency manager that I've ever worked with. So true kudos to him. And we're going to talk about availability of those resources in a second. I have quite a bit of experience in emergency management as well as event management. And then I have masters in emergency management, masters in homeland security, all that fun stuff that, a lot of you all have. And then all the certifications. I'm currently the fire chief of Superstition Fire and Medical District. We are east of Mesa. We are over in the Apache Junction, Gold Canyon area, covering that side as part of the automatic aid system. I also have a company that I run on the side called Emergency Concierge International that deals with on-site crisis management and emergency operations planning for meetings and events. My wife is in the meetings and events industry. We kind of collaborated on that and created that system. As you can see on the bottom, for those of you that are good students in reading ahead, I have a silky smooth voice. I'm devilishly handsome, as you've already figured out on your own. And I'm honestly probably the most humble person that I know. So to say you're in good hands is an understatement. So let's talk about what defines a humongous crowd. So I imagine when you think about that, in your head, you think of that, this is and one of, Troy and my experience is one of my biggest experience with humongous crowd management is the Waste Management Phoenix Open. So when you think about humongous crowd, I imagine that's a lot where your head goes, right? But in that state of emergency, state of mind, I want you to think of the concept of humongous crowd as a relative term. So humongous crowd varies depending on the demographic of your attendees, the factors of your event that we'll talk about for consideration, the size of your venue, the type of the event. All of those things really vary what we determine as a humongous crowd. The simplistic approach is simply to look at numbers. Okay. What I'd like to challenge all of you with that state of mind approach is think about it in the concept of availability of resources, complexity of your event, and all the considerations of what that looks like. If I took 1,000 people and put them in this room, that could be a humongous crowd relative to this venue, to this room, to this space. So we're going to talk a little bit later about how we let ourselves off the hook. I want to come right out of the gates and say, you have to consider all of those factors as it relates to humongous crowds. We will also talk, of course, about large numbers of people and how that dynamic impacts it. So when we talk about the humongous crowd considerations, these are some of the items that I identified when I was building this. When I built this PowerPoint, and the emergency managers in the room and those of you that have managed events, right out of the gates, you're wanting to go down that, getting into the planning mode, which we'll lead into. But I also recognize that other people are going to come in and talk to you about planning. So I want to stay above that. So we're going to focus specifically about the considerations of what kind of makes a humongous crowd and the things that you have to consider along the way. So we're going to hit on event type, venue, your crowd flow, your environmental factors, evacuation consideration, an incident within the incident, as well as probably the most significant consideration that you'd have to take into account when you're looking at your event type and your crowd dynamics. Who has an idea of what that looks like? I didn't see any coffee, so I don't know how awake you are yet. What do you think? I saw you raise your hand. Oh, okay. No, I said it once. You said it. No. What do you think is the most significant consideration? I think one of the most significant considerations when you look at all that other list, what's another key factor that really impacts your event management? Okay, type of crowd, yeah? Yeah, the nature of the event. We talked like the event type, those types of things. Any other guesses? Weather. We got the environmental factors up there. What else? The people managing it, right? The team, the availability of resources. I'm going to give you a simple one, and I mentioned it already. Am I back up there? Alcohol, right? It's one of the most common things that we deal with in our events. Now, if you're doing planning events for your vulnerable populations, things like that, this may not be a factor, but it is a consideration when you're dealing with events. Or if you are taking or participating in a large event with a more vulnerable population, and alcohol is a factor. So it is something that comes up on a regular basis. You take your normal event, sans alcohol, and you add alcohol into it, all the complexities of that change significantly. So it is something to be considered. So when we talk about event type, when we talk about the type, Chief Shannon always used to use the example of, is it a Yanni concert or is it a death metal concert? Personally, I'd rather take my chances at a death metal concert because Yanni fans kind of weird me out. No offense to anybody in here, but I'm standing on my position. So you have to think about what type of event is it? Specifically for you all, what is the attendee demographic? Are we dealing with vulnerable populations? Are we dealing with senior populations, folks that have mobility concerns, et cetera, those types of areas? You have to think about what are the attendees. Are those attendees going to be commingled with other attendees that do not have similar factors? Am I taking a more elderly population and then integrating them in with a bunch of college kids? Those types of things are all the factors you have to get unique about your dynamic of your event. This is part of that research phase of the whole planning process to figure out what you're dealing with. The spread. Are you isolated in a specific area? Are you spread out over a large demographic area? For example, a marathon versus a concert. Concerts can have a lot of people. They're high intensity, but they're a smaller geographic spread. A marathon, less people, but you have a more geographic area to cover. So you have to consider that factor from a resource availability standpoint. The duration, how long are you going? This gentleman over here mentioned your resource availability. If you're going in, when we did the Waste Management Open, that's about, the on-site is about 7 14-hour days in a row. You have to be cognizant of how much your team can support. You have to stay diligent. You have to stay relevant, aware, accurate, all those things throughout that long duration. Is it short duration, long duration, whatever that piece looks like, you have to be ready and available to navigate whatever that flow looks like. So that's all just dealing kind of with that event type. So then we kind of go to the venue. We kind of mentioned it earlier with the considerations of how many people you're putting in a specific area. So here's a picture of an aerial view of the Waste Management Open. So the size of the venue, what does that impact? How does that account for? Do you have a lot of people in a small area? Do you have a lot of people in a big area? Those types of things. What is the configuration? So one of the unique things about, and I made sure Chief Shannon was okay, with me talking about the Waste Management Open since I don't work in Scottsdale anymore. But I worked in different functions: the planning function, safety function, ops function, as well as the incident command function as part of unified command for the Waste Management Open. It's a unique event in regards of its size, because when you look at the size, the entire venue is the golf course. I believe it's like 440 acres, something like that. Sound about right, Troy? Somewhere around there. It's a massive venue. So your occupancy is set based on those 440 acres, okay? The problem is the majority of your people do not spread out across all of those acreage, right? Who here has ever been to the Waste Management Phoenix Open? Show of hands. So quite a few of you, right? So quite a few of you have seen this in action. If you look at kind of this bottom corner and this central, kind of like the bottom half or 2/3 of that, that's where everybody hangs out, the entire population. When I was there as the incident commander on a Saturday, we had 280,000 attendees. And we were at the time, the city of Scottsdale was 218,000 in population, to give you a perspective of how many people were there. Troy, you guys killed that what was your number last year? A third more on Saturday, okay. Significant, massive amount of people. The configuration of this, because the golf course, because the type of area it has limited flow patterns, different areas. So a lot of work has to go into this. And I hate to break it to you, but there is alcohol served at this event, if you have not noticed. Significant amounts of it. The exits, the type of venue. Are you doing an event? Are you taking your population to a venue that is not typically set up for events? Okay, you just have to look at all those components when you're considering that. This is not, and again, we're going to talk about some resources and communication then. This is not designed to overwhelm you. It's just designed to talk about all the different considerations that go into this to make sure that we're diligent about protecting the folks that we're responsible for. When we talk about crowd flow dynamics, this is a big discussion that goes on. When I set up events, when we do different events, we look a lot at people movement, okay? So the venue layout, and I did the resource, it's AI Magazine in 2023. This is a study on crowd flow dynamics, and they have the different areas to kind of get the scientific flow. We talk a lot about that, especially when you're moving large amounts of people in areas that may or may not be designed for that type of demographic. When you look at, let's say, State Farm Stadium, things like that are large people moving venues, those are typically set up a lot better for that crowd flow, movement, et cetera. You take and you apply this to a golf course, you take and apply this to something that's not typically used to having large crowd flow. You have to be really cognizant about what that looks like. You also have to think about it in a two-dimensional or two-way system. There is the flow in, right? Ticket checking, credential checking, all of those things. There's the flow out. I guess it's three ways. The flow out of when the people go to leave. And then what if they have to evacuate in an emergency? Because everything changes when you have to evacuate in an emergency. So when you talk about your nice sign that you put up for your sponsors, your expo tables, things like that, all of those items that you're putting in the way that potentially become impediments to the crowd flow movement and crowd flow dynamic, that becomes problematic. So you have to picture yourself in your mind. We're always on the front end where the emergency managers in the room, those who have dealt with emergency scenarios and event management, we always think about the bad scenario. So Norm talked about the different testing of plans, running through different scenarios, the turfs, the active shooter event, et cetera, because we really want to challenge that. If things go poorly, how do we get people out of here? And we have to be really thoughtful about how are those people going to move? And a lot of it depends on where the location is, all those types of things. People typically want to go out the way they came in, which is not always the best solution. So you have to be really thoughtful about that. You also have to consider congregation zones. Again, going back to the venue size and configuration, where are all those people going to hang out? If you have an inside-outside event, even though your event space is both processes, if it's this time of year, where are the majority of your people going to hang out? They're going to hang out inside. So you just have to be thoughtful. You have to put yourself in the mind of your attendees as much as you can, then put them in that sort of worst-case scenario. Now, we say worst-case scenario, but you honestly can't plan for worst-case scenario. You take the Waste Management Open, you fly an airplane into the 16th hole. We got scalable systems. We have an incident command system that goes into place. But what we try to spend a lot of time on is the realistic what could actually happen. What are the things that could go on that would really be kind of our more higher frequency, higher likelihood events. So it's putting yourself, again, state of emergency, state of mind, kind of playing that devil's advocate, red teaming it, whatever whatever you want to call it, going through and testing out that system. The environmental factors and alcohol. So Stan mentioned environmental factors. This is a list from the National Weather Service, and it kind of talks about the different ones that are up there. There's all sorts of stuff to consider, especially if you were doing outdoor events, and especially if you have vulnerable populations who potentially can't adapt to the heat as much, can't adapt to the cold, more inclined to the dehydration. You have to look at your weather. You have to look at the factors, and you also have to consider your entire crowd movement and attendee movement. Even if the people are inside, if you're moving them or transferring them from one area, they're going to be outside at some point. This has to be a consideration. So you have to look at all of the factors that could potentially impact that with this. And as you expand into the humongous crowd environment, remembering that it's a relative term, all of these factors become more and more impactful. It's an exponential growth as you start moving and managing more people or a number of people that maybe outpaces your event venue, for example. And then obviously we talked about mentioning the evacuation. Again, humongous crowds, vulnerable populations has to be a consideration. Where are your exits? What do your exits look like? Are there things blocking it? And unfortunately, you can't trust always the systems that are in place. We call it, trust but verify. So we do, in the side business I have, we do a lot of events at hotels, resorts, things like that. And a lot of times your exits are actually blocked on the backside. You're in the conference room, it looks fine, there's a door there, it's got a nice red sign over it. When you go try to open the door or you go into that hallway that is the exit path, it's crowded with food and beverage, laundry carts, all those types of things. You have to trust but verify. Make sure you are providing the safety and security for your folks. You also have to consider the fact that your primary exits may not be accessible. So you have to be very thoughtful about, all right, if something happens and we're here with maybe one of our vulnerable populations, how are we going to move them out in a safe fashion that doesn't cause more problems or more issues other than the emergency? So you have to be very thoughtful, very considerate about those types of things. You have to make sure, you have to think about, is our evacuation going to be more passive versus active? And how do we adapt to those scenarios? So if it's, as Stan mentioned, okay, fire alarm goes off, it's kind of that passive but intentional evacuation, right? What does everybody do when the fire, and I love that Stan just went right to it. What does everybody typically do when a fire alarm goes off in a setting like this? Nothing. Everybody looks around and goes, it's a fire alarm, right? And it's like, no, that's the point of that thing, is to garner action. Let's put it that way, right? So, and hey, I'm not judging. I've been there, man. I'm probably, those of us with fire experience are probably the worst about it, right? So it's those types of things. You have to consider. So passive, fire alarm goes off, you grab your phone, grab your purse, grab your stuff that you can't live without, and you walk out the door, right? That's more of that passive. If we get into that very active, like vast emergency explosion and people are running out, or we are having to rapidly evacuate our attendees, the people that we're responsible for, that has to be a consideration as well. You have to be thoughtful about all of those different factors. And again, you don't have to lay awake at night, worrying about it, sweating it, things like that. You just have to be considerate of that. You have to put yourself in that state of mind to handle that state of emergency and be very adaptable in how you approach it. Okay? The other ones on there, looking over there, holding areas and then staff power available. So holding areas talk about, if you're going to evacuate a group, especially a group with vulnerable population or a large group, you have to consider, what are you going to do? Are you going to try to hold them? Are you going to, package them up and leave? What are those types of things to look at? If there is some sort of law enforcement involved event, a lot of times PD will like to hold people, and they will like to interview them or make sure that there's no bad guys mixed in with them. When we think about those environmental factors, especially in Arizona, that is a key consideration. So I evacuate let's say that we're a vulnerable population. I evacuate you outside from this building. How long can I have you sit out there before I have to start getting you resources? Okay, I'm going to have to get you water at some point. I'm going to have to get you shade. I'm going to have to get you cooled off. Or are we going to pack them up the way we came and we're all going to leave, shut down the event? All considerations. Now, when we take and we apply this to, for example, the Waste Management Open, those types of large events, we've managed citywide events for contractors, those types of things. You really have to have a multifaceted approach of, where do we want to move these people? How do we want to move them? How can we engage with our different resources multifaceted? Because you always want to have backups to your backups to your backups. You always want to be considerate of all those factors. And I know they'll talk about that more when they get into the planning thing. The key is, the nice thing when you talk about that state of mind, state of emergency, when you hit that point, the goal is to get real resourceful, okay? So first thing I'd do is I'd call up whoever the management is here, or I'd just walk over and see if there's an open door, and I'd start packing my people into an air-conditioned room, right? Ask for forgiveness later, kind of thing. But these are the type of things you would like to consider on the front end and be well ahead of. And then we talk about the incident with the incident. This goes back really to those large scale events, the really humongous crowd pieces. So what we talk about is, and we had this experience when I was the incident commander at the Waste Management Open. We had a technical rescue that went on during the Saturday of the Waste Management Phoenix Open. So we have 280,000 people out there. We're out managing that event. We have numerous calls for service, numerous transports of people needing medical assistance at the hospital. And through all of that, so this is all so everything we have set up is designed to manage those types of events. Then we have a guy who tries to take a shortcut and falls 12 feet on his head into a concrete retention basin, okay? Now, fortunately, he was intoxicated, and drunks do great when they fall, get in car wrecks. It's the craziest thing. But he was still in a bad way. So we had to perform a technical rescue on him during the Waste Management Phoenix Open. Okay, so what we did from that is we started building and designing our incident within an incident, because the incident commander and all of the resources from the Waste Management Phoenix Open cannot be stripped away from the event needs to go handle that specific issue. So we have to talk about bringing in outside resources. What is the command structure? How does that command structure coordinate with the on-site command structure? Because you can't abandon all of this to deal with this isolated issue. So we built a system that manages the incident within the incident. We took our safety officer, who becomes the operations chief, has a safety officer replace them underneath, goes through, and we actually implemented this 2 or 3 more times in my experience for different events. Okay. And what it does is it keeps your event command structure managing the entirety of the event while allowing you the ability to be flexible to go in and grab something unique, especially, and again, usually these are significant events within the event. So it's just something you also have to think about of how much can we handle before we have to get outside resources involved. And when and if we get outside resources involved, how do they integrate into our current system? Okay? And we talked about alcohol. That is just a factor. The more people you have, the more booze you give them, the wilder things tend to get. So it is a consideration. Again, depending on the populations that you are all dealing with, this may or may not be a factor. But I also challenge you to consider the other people at the event. If this is a factor, it does change a lot of things in your area. We were pretty innovative with the Waste Management Open. We developed what we call the alternative care site. It's basically a sobering area. We had the year before we implemented it, we shut down Thompson Peak Hospital by 10 a.m. on Saturday morning, all with intoxicated patients. And don't get me wrong, waste management's it's a heck of a good time, so I highly recommend going. But we shut down the hospital, the neighboring hospital, with people that were intoxicated. So we implemented, it's essentially, it's kind of a, we joke, the drunk tank. It's an on-site sobering center where people can go there, sober up. It's a collaboration with Mayo Hospital. It keeps the hospital system available for more immediate needs, more immediate concern issues. So it's thinking about the factors and not sitting there throwing your hands up of like, oh, well, we just can't do it, right? It's just thinking of ways to be innovative and being resourceful of how you navigate through that. So I always like this one. Again, I always lean towards the, I like emojis. Troy knows that. So I sent him a kissy face one this morning, so I haven't seen him in a while. You have to consider this. You have to have a plan. And again, I'm not going to hit into planning today because you have a bunch smarter people here that are going to come and talk about the actual planning component. But you have to be considerate. You have to think about that, okay? There was something on here that it might be the next one, but that I want to talk about of how we let ourselves off the hook, okay? How we let ourselves off the hook is through confirmation bias by downgrading the severity of our event. We think about it and we talk ourselves into, it's not that big of a deal. And the example I use is Gilroy, California, the Gilroy Garlic Festival, okay? Who would have ever thought that the Gilroy Garlic Festival was going to make national news for an active shooter event? Okay? I use that as an example. Do not talk yourself out of the severity of your event. Just recognize it. Again, don't let it overwhelm you. Get access to the resources you need to help you. Think about the things that you need to think about. Get some expert advice of your local area, emergency managers, et cetera. The Copa Health preparedness piece coming to this conference. Be okay with it. Recognize that you have to plan regardless. You have to at least have consideration of some of the factors that we've talked about. Do not talk yourself into, it's not a big event. SkySong security will take care of it. We got nothing to worry about. Consider it regardless, and then at least you've given it the thought. You've also trained yourself to be thoughtful about, if something happens, I've already thought about this. We can implement the plan and move forward. Because a lot of this comes down to reputation management. We hit this a lot with some of our contracted clients of, in my opinion, a lot of times your guests, your attendees, the population that you're assigned to, they're going to remember more about how you handled the event versus the event itself. Okay, this is your time to shine as far as taking care of your people. So you really have to consider, what does this do to your organizational reputation? Some of the people that we deal with are private entities, who have guests and attendees. So that's a key component. So you want to make sure that you're taking care of the people you've been assigned to be responsible for. And then there was one, I think I went one too fast. There we go. So how we do this is through communication. And I told you I was going to come back to Troy. Involving your key stakeholders, being very thoughtful. And it's not always just the obvious ones, right? It might be your vendors. It might be your transportation folks. It's, your obvious emergency management, PD, fire department, et cetera. Consider all the different factors and all the people you can get in the room. Troy does an amazing job of this, of getting the key stakeholders in the room, okay? Being very considerate about who are all the people that can assist us, who are going to be at the event and who can assist us in the event of the emergency, and being creative about what that looks like. Do you have a phone number for the school bus system, et cetera, things like that, if you had to move large amounts of people in a rapid period of time? All those considerations, again, that creativity and making sure you get them in the room. Historically, and I feel like emergency management's getting so much better about this in my career. It used to be the very walled off, this is my area. I don't need anybody else's input. I don't need anybody else's consideration. We can handle this on our own. It's the exact opposite way to appropriately handle. Get the people in the room, have the conversation. They may think of something that you've never even considered. And if they come in and they sit in the room and they get a free donut, they're all good, right? But at least they had the opportunity to be included. You made a connection, you got relationships built, you established those types of things that you may need in the event of an emergency. Establishing your plans, sharing your information. Again, Norm talked about testing your plans. All right, let's do a dry run. If this happened, what would we do? How would we manage that, right? And having those types of things, being considerate of that entire aspect. Because if plans aren't actionable, if they haven't been tested, if you haven't done the dry run, the red team, the dirt dive, whatever you want to call it, you haven't tested it. And you really need to do that to see where are those little loopholes. That might just be as simple as a staff meeting before you go out to your event, right? Just a conversation, go, all right, if we had to evacuate, how would we move these people? Where would we take them? It could be as simple as that. But you got to get the conversation going, because it creates this mental picture in your head that you can switch into very, very quickly. And then communicating actively throughout the event. Don't get hunkered back into your hole. You get on site, continue the communication, because it's all about communication. When they do hot washes, after action reports, one of the common themes forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever, right, is communication, or the lack thereof. Interoperability was a key component. I think Troy came out of 9/11, right? Was that the key on interoperability? Was that when that kind of became a big thing? Interoperability. What is your ability to communicate with each other? Okay. One of the things that we dealt with, again, humongous crowd management in the Waste Management Phoenix Open. Majority of the people in this state have Verizon Wireless. Okay. That event can shut down the Verizon Wireless system. We could literally watch as the bars on your phone disappear, okay? Because there is so much flow. So that's a conversation about, again, when we talk humongous crowds, massive amounts of people, that is getting with Verizon. They do a ton of work to get that stuff upgraded. We have a private public safety band, broadband that we have access to. It's those types of things that you wouldn't necessarily consider, but you have to be thoughtful of. So when you're thinking about your communication, how are we going to communicate? Can I talk to you? Can I talk to you? Can I talk to you? Can you three talk to each other? Do we have that ability? Sometimes that's radio traffic. Sometimes it's as simple as cell phones, but you have to be considerate of that. Again, depending on your event, that might not be a significant consideration from the technology aspect of how you communicate, but a significant consideration is always the fact that you do communicate. And how are you going to communicate? And who are you going to communicate to? This is my crisis management team. Okay. Everybody has everybody's numbers. In case of emergency, we got a group text already built. In case anything happens, it goes to everybody involved. So we're all aware, okay, of what those situations are. Over communicate, involve anybody you think may even remotely be a question for you. And take access to the people that you have access to. Again, I told you I was going to come back to Troy. He is amazing, literally the best I've ever seen. And I would never say this in a private setting to him. These are resources available to you in your communities. The communities you work with, there's a lot of emergency management resources, event management resources, that you can just call sometimes and pick their brain. Coming to things like this, I'm proud of all of you for educating yourself. We take this very seriously. We don't dismiss it. We're very, very thoughtful about it. We encourage all of you to do the same. With that, I'm going to give you my contact information and one of my favorite quotes here by Benjamin Franklin. But please feel free to take a picture of that. If you have any questions, if there's anything I can help you with, set you in the right path, the right direction, I'm happy to. And because it's all about the safety of our folks, the safety of our populations, and maintaining that state of emergency, state of mind, being very thoughtful about that. So I hope you all have an amazing day. I thank you to Stan and Jeff for giving me the opportunity to come up here and talk. And for my 10-minute guy back there keeping me on task, and our amazing sign language folks. So I hope you all have an amazing event. Welcome to Scottsdale. It's my home that I love. So have a great day. Thank you all very much.
Chief, a quick question though. Right when you think you've learned it all or you've seen it all, did you ever think that you needed to surveil rooftops along a parade route because of an active shooter? I'm thinking about Highland Park, Illinois.
Yes.
Right when you talk about you've got every base covered, an incident like that happens on the 4th of July.
Yeah.
It's a constant learning curve, isn't it?
It's a constant learning curve. It's constant iteration, innovation, creativity. And honestly, sometimes, and this is going to sound really weird, but sometimes you almost have to go to those dark places. Okay. When we build plans for our clients, we red team it, right? And we talk about, all right, how am I going to penetrate this perimeter? How would I do the most amount of damage with the least amount of resources in the quickest fashion? So surveying rooftops, those types of things, the shooting, the attack that happened in Nice, France. What'd they do? They couldn't get the stuff into the venue, so they just waited to cause the panic to get everybody to exit, and they got them at the exit, right? You have to be thoughtful about, again, you don't want to lay awake at night, you don't want to cause everybody anxiety and depression and all that kind of stuff, but you have to be thoughtful. You have to stay relevant in some of the bad things that can happen. And again, don't talk yourself into, we don't have to worry about that. It's not that type of event. There is no type of event. It is whatever causes damage and gets attention. So you absolutely have to stay innovative. You have to stay relevant. You have to see things are changing in the world that you deal with and strategize how to approach that.
Well, when Gil and I teach the long-term care sector, incident command and interoperability, we talk about the concept of optimistic bias. It's going to get you every time. How bad can it really be?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, hey, what's the worst that can happen? Well,
The
watch
Garlic
news.
Festival. I couldn't
Garlic
believe
Festival.
when I got the text from a buddy in Gilroy that there's a shooting at the Garlic Festival.
Yes, absolutely. And when we talk about the incident management team, another, I think, confirmation bias or optimism bias is like we don't need that, right? We don't need to get that detailed into it. The lovely component of incident management teams, ICS, the incident command system, is it's scalable. Okay, you're the incident commander. You're handling operations. You're handling planning. You're handling communications. You can do that for the Waste Management Open. You can do that. I'm Italian, so I talk with my hands. So the mic thing's been hard for me. I'm like, but you can do that scalable. You can do that for this event. I'm sure you've designated Who is in charge? Who is doing what? It's clearly defined systems, span of control, communications, etc. And the beauty is, as things go bad, as things escalate, you just keep expanding the organization. It's one of the most amazingly designed systems. So when they talk about that more today, think it can be scaled up to the degree that we did it at the Waste Management Open. It can be scaled down to the smallest of events.
So I'm hearing it's all about the F word, flexibility.
Yeah. That's not where I went. But yeah, I'll give you that.
That's where I went.
Absolutely. You got to be flexible. You just, hey, I love the approach to this, that state of emergency, state of mind. This is state of mind. Be open. Be open to this stuff. It's not going to hurt you to think about it. Okay? So.
How about giving it up for John Whitney?
Thank you.
Hold on. All right, Norm mentioned that this is going to be kind of a casual day. We've got a raffle integrated into our program today. The winner is going to receive a dozen cookies from one of our Copa Health program called The Villages. Some of the best cookies you've ever tasted. You don't have to share, but it might be the smart thing to do. Chief?
Absolutely.
Pick us a winner.
All right.
And shout it out. Read the number off.
Okay. Now, if this is Troy Lutrick, it's going to look like a setup. Okay. All right, we have 626019. I get half of them.
We got a winner.
Congratulations.
All right, thanks, Chief. All right, folks, we're going to take a 15-minute break. We've built in a number of breaks into the session. We know that everybody's busy, so we'll see you in 15 minutes.
Bring our good friend Stan back up to do the introduction. So Stan.
Thank you, Norm. One of the things that we designed into today's program is this resource manual. So we're not spending a lot of time on introductions and bios. One of the key developers of this program back there in the corner, Jeff Baer, raise your hand. The guy that put this program pretty much all together under Jeff's leadership. We've become pretty good at year after year coming up with the resource manual that gives you some good information as well as bios of everyone that you're going to see up here on the stage today. So we're going to shift gears a little bit. We're going to go and take a little bit of a broader approach to preparedness in the entire community by learning a little bit more about how we can coexist with the Fusion Center. Go ahead, Jennifer, take it away.
All right, good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay. My name is Jennifer Borquez. I am a major with the Arizona Department of Public Safety, and I am also the ACTIC Director, which stands for Arizona Counterterrorism Information Center. And it is a fusion center, and by show of hands, does anybody know what a fusion center is? Yeah, okay, my mom. And just a couple other intros. This is our wonderful panel, and they will each talk to you about the programs we have within the Fusion Center. I will explain what the Fusion Center is. But those of my team that got out of sitting up here, I will also introduce. So Captain Tom Neve, who looks like he's eating right now, he works up there. Deputy Director Diana Mondragon, she is a captain with DPS, as well as Tom. And then Heather Merrigan, she's our Intel Program Administrator. And then looking starburst color, that is my mom. And so how that came about and how we all got here, her and Jeff went to high school together in the San Francisco Bay Area. So they were talking about what we did, and Jeff called me, and here we are. So what is a Fusion Center? Oh, they gave me a clicker. I have to turn it on. Oh, there it is. Okay, so the Fusion Center concept, there was a lot of talk about 9/11 this morning. Fusion Center was born out of the 9/11 Commission report because we learned a lot of things we did wrong prior to that. And that was, we talked about communication, information sharing, everybody working in silos. The huge thing that came out of that is collaboration, communication, working together. There are 80 fusion centers in the US. Our fusion center, ACTIC is the acronym, is the only one in Arizona. So only one nationally recognized. And it operates 24/7. We do have a watch center that's staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And our fusion center started in 2004, and just, 9/11 was in '01, but the commission report came out in '04, just for reference. We are located off of I-17 and Bell Road. It's a nondescript building. We don't have like a public service center. The public doesn't come into our building, so you wouldn't notice it if you were just driving down the freeway or down the street. Our funding is half funded by the Department of Public Safety and half funded by Arizona Department of Homeland Security. We have federal, state, local, tribal partners all there with us. We have collaboration is a huge thing. Even all these years later, what are we, 22 years later? And getting people to share information, right? Information's power. Everybody wants to know something, but not everybody wants to share. It's a constant battle today. So we have meetings every Wednesday at 9:30 in the morning. Numerous agencies get together and they will share like hot button topics for that week. That's every Wednesday they do that. We have monthly intelligence meetings. We have monthly classified meetings. We do have a classified room in our building where we will all meet and be briefed by Department of Homeland Security and FBI every month. So we are working as hard as we can to constantly share and collaborate with our partners. If you can read that up there, that's our ACTIC mission: protect the public by providing tactical and strategic intelligence and investigative support to partners and department personnel. So one of the things we're not really touching on totally today is all the analysts that we have working for us. There's over 30 at our facility, and we have analysts that are in Flagstaff, Prescott, Casa Grande, Phoenix, Tucson. So there are criminal intelligence analysts working throughout the state every day, just researching and creating products that we can share. A couple of the programs they're not technically talking to is the suspicious activity reporting, which is where you guys can come in. And I don't know what everybody in here does, but our thought was to kind of tell you the stuff that we do, the programs that we have at the ACTIC, and then you guys can reach out to us and say, we could really use that. This would be really helpful in the area that I work. So one of the things where we always ask for support is our suspicious activity reporting. In the tab called Fusion Center on the last page, Heather created this 2-page document, and it tells you how to report suspicious activity. You can call our number. There's little stress balls and pop sockets and stuff that we put back there, has our phone number on it, 1-877-4-AZ-TIPS, and then our website, azactic.gov. So you can put in suspicious tips. And maybe it doesn't rise to the level of making a police report. Maybe it's just someone maybe that you're interacting with. If you have somebody that's keeps kind of talking crazy, making threats, you're worried that they might actually do something. Those are the people that we want to know about. Like, is there something we should be watching for? If any of your facilities or personnel are receiving threats, we also have like our analysts. We have a whole analytical unit that does nothing but look at open source social media. We have a program where you can enter keywords. We can enter Copa Health. We can enter certain keywords, and it will scrub any social media site out there to see if anyone is talking about those keywords. So if it's a certain director of one of your facilities that's getting threatened, or a certain facility, we can enter those words in there and say, like, yeah, they're posting on Twitter, they're posting on, Facebook about you. This is what they're saying. So that's something that we have the ability to do. We have a statewide cybersecurity center in our building. We have a digital forensics unit. So since DPS, Department of Public Safety, is the assist agency for every agency in the state, we help a lot with the criminal cases, downloads of any digital media. It used to be the computer forensic unit, but now there's so much digital media. We download cell phones and every kind of device you can imagine. And then we also house facial recognition up there. So our newest development, and we try not to share this too much, but we also, we were the first unit in the entire country to do tattoo recognition. So we're over 30 leads with tattoo recognition. We do get those from Department of Corrections when people are booked in Department of Corrections and they photograph their tattoos and then they get out and then they want to go rob the store and their, tattoo arm sleeve is hanging out, or they've got some stupid thing tattooed on their face. And you get the Circle K picture of them robbing the store with the phoenix bird on their face or something. That is how we can now do tattoo recognition. And then I talked about the analysts already. And then, so Amber and Tony both work in the Phoenix PD threat mitigation unit. And then DPS has also a threat mitigation unit in the ACTIC. So we've got both groups. Our DPS one is the one that does all threats to the governor, elected officials, and department employees. So they are constantly researching threats. Secretary of State gets a lot, the governor gets a lot, so that they are a full-time job up there. And then something I wanted to share specifically for this group. Do you guys see the amber alerts, silver alerts? Anyone know blue alert? Okay, so you don't see them often, but that's anytime public safety personnel, law enforcement is injured and the person is on the loose and they're searching for them. So they'll put out left in a green, Honda, this is the license plate, and it'll say blue alert. That's because they've injured public safety, and we're looking for them, and we need your help. So those alerts you get on your TV, those come out of our building. Specifically, Tom, remember that face when it goes off, and you're like, oh, what is that? We pushed that button out of our building. So Amber Alert and Silver Alert's the one I put up there. And specifically for you guys, because everyone always thinks Silver Alert, old person's lost, right? 65 and older, they wandered away from their house or facility, whatever. It also is for developmental disabilities. So I didn't know that. And when I first got to my assignment almost 2 years ago in this assignment, I literally called Tom and I'm like, I think you guys did the wrong alert. It was a kid and they were like 13 and he had to educate me that no, cognitive disability and autism does qualify. So they don't really totally define what it is, but if you ever have somebody that you cannot find and it meets that criteria, it does qualify as a Silver Alert. Oh God, I went the wrong way. Okay. The last thing I wanted to share from my end, and then I'll turn it over to Amber, is this is new for us. We have a human trafficking tip line. It's the same phone number as our suspicious tip reporting. And this line, we partnered with ASU and Governor's Office of Youth, Faith, and Family and came up with this program when we were getting funding for the Super Bowl. Everybody always wants to throw a lot of money at human trafficking during Super Bowl time, so we took it. And we created this partnership with ASU with their STIR program, Sex Trafficking Intervention Research Program. And if a victim of sex trafficking calls that number, and maybe they don't want to talk to the police, because that's the case a lot of times. They don't want to talk to the police. They're not trying to make a report. They just need help. If they call our number and say, I think I'm a victim of trafficking and they want help, we transfer them to ASU. That hotline is 24/7, 365 days a year, and they can provide services. They have Uber cards. They've taken people on a Greyhound bus back to their home in Tennessee that were trafficked out to here. They've returned people to Michigan that were trafficked out to here. So if you guys ever think you're dealing with somebody that may be a victim of human trafficking that needs help, or you guys don't know how to get them help, you can always refer to that number. And we paid for the ongoing social service aspect. So we're not just getting you out of the Red Roof Inn on I-17 today. They're getting you into a program, and then they're following up to make sure that they are getting what they need to stay out of that life. So that's our newest addition at the ACTIC. Before Amber starts, I just want to let you guys know we will all be here through lunch. We're sitting over on that side. So if you guys maybe don't, I'm trying to leave time for questions at the end, but if you don't have time, please reach out to any of us on a break or lunchtime. And I'll turn it over to Detective Amber Campbell.
Thank you very much, Major Borquez. Thank you guys for having us. We really appreciate it. As she mentioned, my name is Amber Campbell. I'm a detective with the Phoenix Police Department on our Threat Mitigation Unit. My role at the ACTIC is actually the Community Liaison Program Coordinator. It's quite the mouthful. But what does that mean? So Major Borquez indicated that ACTIC was founded as a result of the 9/11 Commission report in the understanding that law enforcement entities were not speaking to each other and information sharing, there was lack of information sharing. So ACTIC was formed in 2004. However, we left out a major component, and that is the business community, residents of those communities, and therefore in 2006 the Community Liaison Program was established, and there's a dedicated law enforcement personnel assigned to that program out of the ACTIC, and now that's me as of a few months ago. So in that position, it's my responsibility to be the liaison from the ACTIC to all of you. So I hope by the end of this, I will have the opportunity to meet many of you. And if I don't have the chance to meet you, I hope that you send me an email. Again, my bio is in there. I would like to have all of your contact information, because what I do is encourage you all to get involved with the Homeland Security Information Network and the Critical Infrastructure Portal in that HISN network, so that you all can be part of our information sharing. We at ACTIC love, as she indicated, to hear from you all about what suspicious activity you are seeing, and therefore submitting those tips. But we also want to be able to push out to you information through that portal. So having that two-way information flow, strengthening information flow and collaboration is part of the National Security Initiative, and therefore that's something that is really important for you all to be part of. You have a lot of information that we can use to develop intelligence products, so having that connection is really important. In addition to my role as a liaison, I also have responsibility for providing training related to the Community Awareness Program. What is suspicious activity? What does that look like? What are the indicators of that? Sharing with your staff what those indicators are, so that you know what type of information to report to us. So we have what's called a community awareness program that we can teach. I also am responsible for the active shooter program and connecting you all with resources related to that. We have the Stop the Bleed program, which many of you are familiar with. Educating the public on bleeding mitigation techniques prior to EMS arriving on scene. And obviously a goal of that program, maybe it's not obvious, but also getting bleeding control kits in public venues. And lastly, I'm responsible for working with certain establishments, not necessarily relevant to you all, but regarding bomb-making awareness, educating them about the materials that individuals, extremists are trying to acquire in an effort to make homemade bombs. So different training components to my position. But the primary focus of the role is to liaison with all of you, ensure that you're educated on all of the community awareness program indicators, and to ensure that you have the information needed to report that information to us. So again, please Feel free to reach out to me so that I can connect you to our HISN portal. Again, that's the Homeland Security Information Network, and so that we can include you as part of our community liaison program going forward. I will turn it over to Tony, who's going to tell you about some of the other great programs that we have in ACTIC.
Nope. It's Captain Etnire. There I am. Look at that. There's Amber. Go back. There's Tony. Awesome. Okay, so, all right. I'm going to try to not be super excited, but I'm going to try to be super excited. So, my name is Detective Tony Falcone. I'm a detective with the Phoenix Police Department assigned to Phoenix Police Threat Mitigation Unit, along with Amber, who you just heard. So, again, my bio is in there. You're welcome to read it. None of it's true. But where are my linear thinkers? Where are my people in the room who, I got one brave person, a couple brave people. I'm really sorry. I'm going to stretch you a little bit, right? So I'm going to go a little bit out of order. It's going to make sense, but I have 3 points that I want to talk about. One is super important to me. The other two, no, I'm kidding. So basically it starts with the Threat Liaison Officer program, right? So I'm going to talk to you about 3 programs that are housed in the ACTIC. One cool thing about the ACTIC, I'm a Phoenix detective, but I work in the ACTIC. The ACTIC is a multi-jurisdictional facility ran by DPS, but there's a lot of different agencies that are there. The TLO program, who's familiar with the TLO program? Okay, good number of people. How many TLOs do I have in the room? Few? Well, a lot of people up here should raise their hand. So, Threat Liaison Officer Program, in a nutshell, they are the conduit between you guys, the community, the tips and leads that you submit to the ACTIC, and the public safety community. So, cool thing about Threat Liaison Program, it's not just law enforcement, it's also our fire partners, our National Guard partners, our public health partners, and everybody else who contributes to the mission of the ACTIC, right? So what does that look like? So and this is a good time to plug the P3 Tips and Leads app on, you can download that on your phones, and that's how you can use that to submit any tips and leads once Amber trains you on what to look for suspicious activity. And then you can use that P3 Tips and Leads, download the app on your phone, and submit that. So, Threat Liaison Officer at the ACTIC or at the applicable jurisdiction, so say you're in Show Low, and that's where the tip you're submitting is related to a facility in Show Low. Show Low TLO should pick that tip up and run with it, right? So they're a conduit, they're a liaison. They push info, they pull info. That's in a nutshell. 40 hours of training. You go through 40 hours of training to get that. A lot of that is just learning resources. There's 1,000,001 different resources that threat liaison officers can tap into. It's an all hazards approach. That's why we have our fire partners along with us. I'm the cop talking to you about it today, but by no means am I the expert on the TLO program. So that. The next program I want to talk to you about is the Threat Vulnerability Assessment Program. So if you happen to read my bio, you'll see that I am the current coordinator for the state TVA Threat Vulnerability Assessment Program. How many of you guys are familiar with the state TVA program or have had TVAs on your facility? A few of you. Great. I don't think I did any of your assessments, which is even better. So there are a number of assessors. Most of them are TLOs that come out. They do a physical security, all hazards, threat assessment on your facility. Again, physical security, threat assessment on your facility. So we use we use 2 concepts. Who's familiar with crime prevention through environmental design, or CPTED? A lot of you guys, right? So we use CPTED for a lot of your exterior stuff, crime prevention through environmental design, simple concepts. You can Google that if you're interested in learning more. And then The thing that sets it apart from CPTED is something called security in depth. Okay, so we use that concept. Who's familiar with security in depth? Where's some of my military peeps that maybe did that? So that is a concept that takes concentric circles, looking from the outer perimeter of your facility all the way to the center of your facility where the most important thing is. And looking at threats from an all hazards perspective all the way from the outside to the inside. That's the easiest way to explain it. So what's this program look like? First thing you do is you reach out to me. My contact information is up here. Email is the best way to get a hold of me. CIKR@azdps.gov. That's the global email that goes to me and my partner, Zach Clark. You can also make a request that way. So you make a request. You say, hey, Tony, I heard about your TVA at this Copa Health thing. Sounds really cool. Can you come to my facility? I'm going to send you a request form. You're going to send it back. I'm going to get you in the database. That database we lovingly refer to as Haystacks. Doesn't make any sense, right? It's Haystacks. But that is the vendor name, so it's kind of like Band-Aid and bandage, something like that. Anyway, you'll understand it once you're in it. I send you that. I create an assessment questionnaire. You fill out that questionnaire. You give me all the little details about your facility, you know, where all the emergency exits are, what the fencing looks like, the really crappy surveillance camera system that's 55 years old that doesn't work anymore that you want to replace. You tell me all about that. We capture all that information. You say, hey, Tone, I finished the questionnaire. What's the next step? I say, hey, I'm going to send a team out to you, or I'm going to come out to you with the team. I come out to you with the team, and we do a site walk. So if this is your facility, here's the cool thing about a team. It's me, another cop, a couple firemen maybe. Depends on the needs of your needs for your facility, right? You may need different things, so I'm going to tailor a team to your needs. You're going to tailor your team to my needs. So if I'm looking at this room, I'm going to look at emergency exits. I'm going to look at life safety and then security concerns, right? Where are my emergency exits, right? Does anybody pay attention to that stuff when they walk in the rooms? Right there, in the back, here. I don't know what's on the other side of that door, but it says exit. I'm also going to see that there's 2 AEDs in this room. That's really cool. I may capture that information. I'm going to ask you about your EOP. I'm going to ask you about a COOP. I'm going to ask you what they look like. I'm going to ask you about how many tabletop exercises you do a year, if you do them at all. What do they look like? How are you doing them? How can I help you make them better? Okay? So that's the kind of stuff we look at when we come out and talk with you. And then we generate an options for consideration report, which is a comprehensive report that details all of our findings, good, bad, ugly, whatever, and gives you actionable options to take to fix some of those threats, right? Some of those vulnerabilities. Sounds pretty cool, right? Right, awesome. Call me. So last thing I want to talk about is the STAMP program. Statewide Threat Assessment and Mitigation Program, and then Mosaic, right? So STAMP, where I do property, right? Like physical security, STAMP focuses on people. So take this name down if you're interested in people threats. It's Detective CJ Wren. He's a TLO out of the ACTIC. He runs this program. He knows more about it than anyone else in the country probably. Came up with it. So it's people focused, it's individual focused. So you're not focused on people groups or anything like that. It's an individual threat, and then it's score based. So they look at the threat, plug it into a formula, check a bunch of boxes, and then it kicks out a score, like a threat score. And again, we're wave tops. We're like super wave tops right now talking about this. So Mosaic is part of that. It's people focused. It's individual focused. It's an analysis tool. You can Google it and figure it out. There's like 5 different categories in Mosaic, and it's the same thing. So score-based, people, individual focused, workplace, domestic violence, school threats. There's different questionnaires for each of those categories. Those things get applied when you submit a P3 tips and leads. So say For you guys in the room, you have a patient who presented, some sort of, homicidal ideation or some sort of veiled threat, and you think that person's a threat to your facility, that specific individual. So that's where a stamp will come into play, right? So with that, those are the three things I'd like to talk to you about. If you're interested in threat vulnerability assessment or learning more about it, please get with me here at the conference or shoot me an email, give me a call. I'll be available to you. Thank you.
Well, good morning. My name is Paul Etner. I'm a captain with the Arizona Department of Public Safety, assigned up to DIACTIC. How many people know about the sober living issue? Okay. It is a crisis right now affecting the state's health and behavioral health system. Well, how does law enforcement and DIACTIC get involved? A little bit, I am the tribal liaison for the Arizona Department of Public Safety, working with the 22 different land-based tribes here in Arizona. I'm also very active in the missing and murdered indigenous people issue here locally, statewide, as well as nationally. So this is a soupy mess. As it was pointed out, is a kind of a potpourri of everything that's going on in it. It is a crisis within our behavioral health system that the impact is really very difficult to calculate. It is estimated that the costs are in the millions, with the number of people impacted into the thousands. It kind of was brought to our attention, and right around April, the governor's office wanted to address this issue, and we had to bring in a number of different people in regards to this particular issue, not only from the law enforcement side, because it is a fraud and fraudulent schemes in regards to the billing of the services or lack thereof, or the suspicious services or the lack of services that were being billed for. But there's also other crimes that have been affected. The people that have been recruited, not only here within Arizona and onto the reservations, but also that of our neighboring states, New Mexico, Utah. We've had people recruited from Oklahoma, Nebraska, and Montana that have been recruited down here to our sober living. Sober living in itself is a very difficult thing, because there are truly some legitimate sober living facilities that are out there that are providing honest services. But you have these bad actors that are looking at these loopholes within the system, within how do you get licensed as a facility, how do you get licensed as a provider, then also the billing aspect. You have been crimes that have been perpetrated by these bad actors operating these homes. And some of these crimes include some assaults, sexual assaults, thefts, trespassing, burglaries, and there's been some deaths that have occurred within these homes. Some of these deaths that have occurred, they have been detoxed improperly. You've had deaths that have been assaulted, some that have overdosed, and there's some nefarious means that have occurred and resulted as the deaths have resulted from that. So looking at this, we had to take a holistic approach to this. It's not just a law enforcement issue. It's not just a behavioral health issue, but how do we look at resolving this issue, and what was the response? We have identified close to 495 different properties throughout the state. Majority of the properties here are in the Phoenix metropolitan area, but we identified the properties in Tucson, Casa Grande, Eloy, the Verde Valley, and even up into the Mojave County area. We've identified close to 100, more than 100 different properties that had calls for services from the law enforcement and fire side. And these are anywhere from overdoses to crimes, homicides, assaults, so forth. When we were looking at this, we had to look at what were the loopholes that were being exploited. So you had a number of different programs that come into the table, and we had to look at how do we work together. Access is the billing aspect. So they had to close down their loopholes. You had behavioral health. You had Department of Health Services. And we also had to look at how do the state come together and provide services to those people that are impacted to that. Solari was selected as an outside vendor. They're the ones that operate 988, the suicide hotline, correct? They opened up and created the 211 option 7 to assist people that are impacted in this particular issue. So far, they have received over 12,000 calls for service. They have provided housing and temporary housing for people that were impacted. Because we ended up closing 622 different homes throughout without the state itself. But this has gone national. It's spreading national and it's gotten national attention. I've received requests for interviews from national broadcast agencies. It's gotten national attention from senators from the congressional level. So this is an issue that is affecting not only here locally, but it is also spreading nationally. This is an issue that is not only affecting those people that are impacted, but those homes that have been identified, whether it's hotel rooms, apartments, townhomes, single-family homes, and commercial buildings that have been used. Those areas and properties in that area have also been affected. It is a soupy mess. In my 30 years of law enforcement, I've never seen anything or come across anything like this. Talking to other people that have been involved in this, trying to corral this issue, it's brand new and wonderful for us. So we are learning as we go along. We have the State Attorney General's office that's conducting the investigations in regards to the fraudulent billing. We have Federal Bureau of Investigations that are also conducting the investigations from the federal side. We also have local jurisdictions that are also conducting those crimes locally within those affected areas, as well as looking at prosecuting those bad actors as well. It is issues that we've had to come across in regards to jurisdictional issues, state, local, and federal jurisdictional issues. We had to learn about the behavioral health system and what is allowable and what is not allowable, the licensings behind that. We also had to address those people that are impacted from that. How do we house and provide temporary housing for them? We can't put somebody that is receiving treatment for that is suffering from a behavioral health issue with somebody that is possibly a sexual offender. How do we sustain that? It is a crisis that is ongoing, and it'll probably be going on for a while yet. Some of the other steps that we've done, we have not only suspended those bad actors through credible allegations of fraud through access, but we've also have suspended any future applications for new sober living homes. There's a moratorium placed on that. But that doesn't mean that they're still submitting applications, because they know as soon as they finish that off, that moratorium ends, hopefully they can get their application in and they can start. And if you look at the cost that are associated with this, you have somebody that is maybe putting them up in a hotel, just give round numbers, $200 a day for a hotel stay, per room, per night. You put 2 people in there, you're giving them Grubhub food, $100. That's $300 a day right there out of pocket for that provider, right? But they're charging and they're submitting billing anywhere from 2, 3, 4, 5, tens of thousands of dollars per day. What is the return on investment? And it's not just that of the state issues as well, but it's also local issues in regards to how do they get around those loopholes. You have some agencies, city municipalities that say if you have 4 or more people or 5 or more people in a particular property, you have to be permitted for that particular type of business. So what do? Put 4. So they are getting around that loophole. So I don't want to take much more of your time, but there's a lot more information. If you have any questions, please contact me. If you have any suspicions in regards to a sober living facility, and your hairs in your back of your neck are saying, or the little rumble in your tummy say something is not quite right, trust those feelings. Contact the ACTIC. You know, as the major has pointed out, use that to submit your tips and leads in regards to this, and we can follow up and go from there. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Caroline Reck. I am the Emergency Management Coordinator for Arizona DPS. Just relatively new to this position, but came having graduated recently. I am in charge of this program with DPS with the intention of being that coming into a state-level law enforcement public safety arena, and that's our support function when we come into emergency management, is that public safety arena using field mobile forces, mobile field units to protect those communities around us. That is our primary job. That is our primary focus in doing this during, before, during, and after an emergency. Now, we have roles across many others in this arena, support functions as far as public health or mass care, search and rescue. We work collaboratively across jurisdictions with the City of Phoenix, Arizona DEMA, and Arizona Department of Transportation as far as being able to work together in providing safe evacuations, safe search and rescues, and road closures, being able to get people moved around, and mass care. We have worked with ESF 6 and 8 as far as public health. This is a big arena with you guys here at Copa Health, and being able to work with the National Stockpile and ChemPACs and working through the pandemic that we were just working with. Okay, so we provided a lot of the security and pieces for that in pods, point of dispensing arenas. So we are very involved in that, and we've worked tabletop exercises in ways that we can practice to make that better across all the arenas that we work with. And working out of the ACTIC has been great in that fusion center, community fusion center, capable building to work together and coordinate all of that. So we have a great resource that we have called GIS mapping, where we've been able to, in real time, watch some of the events unfolding. We've had a recent event where we've had some escapees get out of Florence area, and we could map in real time what houses were checked by police officers and detectives. This house was checked, this house was not checked, and this is a safe house, and watch it in real time as we go through. So if you have any questions, feel free to contact me up at ACTIC. Thanks.
A couple of things I thought of when they were talking was, be careful what you ask for if you ask Tony to come do a TVA for you. I had him do one on the ACTIC, and I got 52 pages of all the things that I can fix and how I can make the building better. And so it's not his fault, but I was like, whew, okay. I forgot to point out all the partners that are within our building, but they were on, you saw a bunch of agency symbols, but FBI, Department of Homeland Security, Phoenix PD, Phoenix Fire, MCSO, they were all up there, and I should have said it when I saw it. But we also keep a calendar of events, was another thing I forgot when they were talking about event planning. If you guys ever do an event or plan an event, if you can let us know about it, when we put it on our calendar events, we watch those events. We watch for social media about those events. We look at the comments. So let us know, because we put out a calendar of events to our internal, distro lists. So we do put those out weekly. If it's 50 people, if it's 5,000 people, let us know. I don't know if we have time for questions or not. If anybody has any questions.
Well, we do have time for questions, but I want to point out to the group, I'm just going to use your microphone, that we thought that the Fusion Center was so important, we gave them their own section in the resource manual. So you've got everyone's bios and contact information available to you. But we do have a few minutes, so how about any questions for this talented and resourceful group of people that we have up here? Because if there's not going to be a question, I'm going to see if I can volunteer somebody to participate. And John Scott,
Not a
Bill, you
question.
got a question?
It's not a question. It's just a comment, and it's good that we found out all about this for our community and some of the stuff we've been
Comments
seeing
about
on the news,
security.
and just learning it from your aspect there with the sober living and knowing where it's coming from. So thank you for speaking to us and informing us and educating us. Appreciate it.
And Heather is our privacy officer, and she's always telling us what to do and not do. So what we can share, what we can't. So she was going to say something real quick about our privacy.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to remind everyone, actually, am I on? Okay. So presenting to you guys is new for us. We talked to a lot of law enforcement partners, those who work in public safety, but this is one of the very first times we've actually presented to a group that works in the private sector. I want you guys to know that we take your guys' private information we keep it secure, we keep it very private. So when we talk about doing different programs, how we're collecting all this information and we're sharing all this stuff, we are constantly looking at how are we not oversharing the personal information of everybody who's coming, all the information is coming through our building. So like if a tip comes in and it's got private information on it, whether it's your name, date of birth, all that stuff, it does not always get shared. Only those pertinent, only the crime, only the activity. So like when we're talking about the stamp program specifically, yes, we're looking at, it's the behaviors. We're looking at an individual, but we don't know their names. We look at the activities around them. We're looking at the behaviors that they're doing and conducting. So we don't actually know who the individual is most of the time. It's just we're looking at certain aspects of what they're doing and what's happening around them and how they could potentially become a person who does commit a crime. So I know it's a big thing. A lot of times when people are concerned about, oh my gosh, like all my private information, it's online, or it's going to law enforcement, it's being investigated. We are not the secret squirrel agency that's doing deep dives on people's private stuff. We are just looking at, is there a crime? Is there a threat of a crime occurring? Do you have any questions about? I know that's usually a big topic for the your private information, PII, private identifiable information.
All right, John Scott, you serve a vulnerable population, certainly at Fellowship Square, Mesa. I know you have a question.
I do. I've been the executive director of Fellowship Square Mesa Senior Community. We have 355 residents. The average age is 88 and a half. And we're surrounded by the community, which we are glad to be a part of. Recently, because of no one knows why, but the homeless and the people that live in the area or camping in the area are a real threat to my residents. They try to break into the buildings. They're always trying to find, they see seniors, they know there's drugs someplace. Our seniors are vulnerable. They're not able to really defend themselves. Our police force is on top. They're there on a regular basis. But the security that we had to figure a way. First, because of COVID, we had to figure out, how do I make my building secure so that people would check in and we would have visitors coming on. And we figured out a way to do that which was inexpensive. All the professional companies wanted $90,000 to wire all my doors. And I figured out how to do it with Ring cameras, and I get a picture of the person, and right from this phone, I can open and close all of my community doors from this phone, just using the Ring application, which makes my residents very safe and secure. Recently, we had to change the locking mechanism because police force will know this. If you go through any senior community, residents who are mildly cognitively impaired, rather than going through the hassle of locking and unlocking their doors, they leave their doors unlocked. Now, as an operator, I'm giving them security. Okay, it's Fritzy. My time's up. But what we were able to do is put in a locking mechanism that when the door closes, it automatically locks. That makes my residents far more secure. They have to keep their little pendant on them. that sort of a thing. But the security in senior communities, and we live in the valley. We have Sun City, we have Mesa, Sunland Village, all your 55 plus communities. We're all vulnerable to people breaking in and affecting our population. And I like your active thing. I don't, I doubt that you want me to call you up because I see a homeless person camping on my property. But anytime I see a threat or suspicious activities, we have an excellent relationship with our police force. And it is something that's affecting seniors. We took and built entire sidewalks that they can exercise within the building so they don't have to go on the public sidewalks where people are camping. That's my comment.
So any comments, Major?
Only that's why you need Amber, because then you'll know exactly what we want to hear. Because we might not want to know about the homeless person camping, but what if they're doing something suspicious? What is it that they're doing that is suspicious that you would enter the tip into our tip? It's not being homeless and sleeping on the streets. Not really suspicious. We see that every single day when we drive home. But what about their behavior is suspicious? And that's what her program can come out and teach people what we want to hear about. What do we want to see you report?
How about any other questions? Sure.
As a street outreach team that we deal directly with the homeless population. So we do our best to get them into services where the cooling centers are at. And if you're in Mesa, I'll make sure you've got our card.
I love that. Thank you.
That's what the point of this is all about, right?
And for the community outreach program, the whole team's here today. 2 sitting next to me and 1 sitting at another table. That's what we do.
Any other questions for the panel?
They're actually, the State Attorney General's office has had success. They've had made arrests. They've had, there are just so many that it's just one of those things that they're just going on to the next. And they are basically the subject matter experts in this particular arena in regards to financial crimes. You have to look at bank statements. You have to look at financial records. So they're constantly moving. They've had success already, and they've already seized, I think, over $75 million in assets so far since we started. There are multiple jurisdictions involved, not only from the state side, but you also have the federal jurisdiction as well as tribal jurisdictions. And trying to get all those law enforcement agencies and all those prosecutors together is difficult just to get them together in itself. I would like to see that perp walk to kind of show that this is not going to last here. But we're still at that point of trying to manage a crisis, and we're slowly going into that maintenance or stability, that phase itself. We know that it just can't last forever. And I know Copa has been involved in this process as well with Solari, and I forgot to mention that as well. They have been an active partner in this issue in itself. I would love to see that perp walk too. Yes, they are. We've identified people out of state. We've identified local people. And we have identified people from outside the country as well. Yes. I wish in itself there was a typical MO for that particular group, but there's YouTube videos out there in regards to how do you get around this particular issue? How do you skirt the regulatory issues? And it's out on YouTube right now. And this is how you get around that particular local issue, how do you get around the state issue, how do you get around the federal issue.
All right, we've got time for one more question. Seth.
Hi, I had a question for Amber. I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about your Stop the Bleed program, who it's available for. Are there requirements for who you provide it to, geography, group size, things like that?
Yes, thank you for asking the question. The goal of the program is to train everybody, teach everybody, and obviously we have limitations based on the staffing that we have. Typically, we don't like to teach in an environment that's any more than 50 people at a time, depending on the facility, the space, and the scheduling availability of the EMT paramedics that provide that training. But if you have something in mind, I'd really welcome the opportunity to talk with you after. Essentially, it's for all individuals. So very limited restrictions on that program.
Okay, awesome. I'll get with you after.
Put a nice round of applause for You want to give away these Copa cookies, Major? Let's verify.
I know we're,
Russ, let's verify.
yeah, I know we're covered.
Yeah, do I sound like I should be, cheering people up at a family reunion or what? So everybody, if you could take your seats. I do have a quick announcement. And Stan likes to tell people that we practice what we preach, because we've had some issues in past years at the conference where we've had to do audibles. I guess Stan calls it audibles. We're going to go with that football analogy again with the 2-minute warning. But this year we were expecting to have Gabriel Levine, Emergency Management Division Director from the Department of Emergency Management and Military Affairs, join us right now for a 5-minute talk. But he had a personal emergency come up. And we actually have another presenter that's was going to be joining Madison Whistler, who you'll all see in a little bit up on stage, but she also had a personal emergency, is not going to be able to be here. So, good luck to them. And we just want to let you know that if you saw that on our agenda, that we weren't just sliding by and not putting them up there. So, I worked at Copa Health for 22 years. I've done a lot of different things there. I've worked with a lot of different people, and we have two great representatives from Copa Health today that are going to be talking about building therapeutic communities. The first is Dr. Wendy Bunn. She's the vice president of our community housing, and at Copa Health, we say housing is healthcare. And the second is Rich Scrivens, who is our safety director, and also he handles all of the facilities that we have at Copa Health, and we have a lot of facilities, and he's done a great job getting those ready for safety and making sure that we're ready if we do have an emergency. So I'm going to pass it over to the two of them. So glad that they are here.
Well, thank you so much for having us. We're very excited to be here. This is my first time actually being at this conference. I missed it the last 2 years because I was out of state, but what an awesome group of people, great presenters so far, and really looking forward to this afternoon. And so as Norm kindly introduced me as the Vice President of our Housing and Community Support Services Department, I have the good fortune of overseeing 37 different properties where we have members that are receiving services, housing support services for either serious mental illness or for intellectual and developmental disabilities. And so we have, the great responsibility of ensuring the safety of each of those members, the care, the coordination of care, working with all the external stakeholders, and then of course, the buildings themselves. And so we work a lot very closely together, and it really does take a village. There's many support services departments that we work with in order to make sure that everything is running smoothly. When we were first originally asked to come up and speak, we were given the topic about if the grid goes out. And I was like in a panic because I can't even like fathom like everything going down, not having electricity, not having the ability to communicate, which did start getting us thinking about, okay, what would we do? And so we're going to talk a little bit about that throughout our conversation with you today, but also just talking about a lot of what goes into the planning. If we're thinking about adding a new home, what kinds of things do we look for, think about when selecting a property, but also thinking about the populations that we serve and the resources that are available in any of the communities that we're able to serve members. So let me advance the slide here because I wanted to give a bit more context. Oh yeah, that's who we are, about the housing continuum. I don't know how familiar everyone is in the room here about the wide range of services. They go from the most restrictive types of settings, which is in the red, so like your state hospital, where people are in a secured, locked facility and there's no getting out unless you're escorted out, all the way down to the blue where you're living independently, just like many of us are. We have our own home, nobody's coming over to check on us. If we need services, we call our doctor and we go to them. In the middle there is kind of where a lot of the services that we provide falls within. We have behavioral health residential facilities, which are licensed, and those homes require certain level of staffing. We have to have transportation available. We're to provide all of the services. So if a member needs counseling for behavioral health, we're able to provide that under that level of care. For our IDD population, we have services where we're taking them to their doctors, helping coordinate all of their care with all of their specialty providers. We're also responsible for observing members self-administer their medications. So a lot goes into the care for these individuals. And I was glad when I was reviewing what our emergency preparedness plan prioritizes are these locations because they run 24/7, 365 days a year. And they're our most vulnerable members and require the immediate supports if there was a disaster. The only way I could think about all communications going down is maybe some kind of terrorist attack of some sort or some major, weather type of calamity. So, but with that, I just wanted to provide a little bit of context about the types of housing and services that we provide. And then we can check and see. I don't know, Richard, I've been doing all the talking so far. Did you want to say anything so far?
No, go ahead.
Okay, I will fill the whole 45 minutes, I promise. Oops, my slide just went away. I was just gonna peek at it real quick. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. So when we are looking for properties, as I mentioned, we really do pay attention to where is this property located. I've had the luxury of going out all the way, almost to White Tanks Mountains. And part of what I'm thinking about is, well, how will our staff get here? What other resources are in this area if it's too new? Maybe not the best option for our members. Being close to things like light rail, bus routes would be a good thing. Libraries, grocery stores, making sure that we're, not on a major busy road. So thinking about those things is one of the things that we try to consider when looking at properties.
One of the other things we look at properties is how is the housing built? Is it going to be ADA accessible? What type of clients are going to be putting in there? What type of maintenance is going to be responsible for that? Because there's always that upkeep that people don't realize that comes into effect. And then also when we select these houses, we have to also look at the surrounding community because let's face it, a lot of times people don't like group homes in their neighborhoods. So again, we have to look at it. Are we going to be a good fit for this area? Are people going to be able to thrive at this time? So those are some of the things we actually do look at as well.
Yeah, I'm remembering when we walked through a house just not too long ago, I'm looking around going, oh, it's got new flooring and the walls are painted white and there's lots of space. and Richard's watching, a ball roll down because the floor was so uneven. And so we definitely have a different perspective when we're looking at things. But, I'm thinking about safety. Is there enough space for people to spread out so that they're not right on top of each other all the time? Some of our homes have blind spots where, we have to train our staff to be a little bit more aware. If somebody is in the back hallway and if you're not able to see or hear what's going on, there could be potential risks. So we are always looking at, how does this floor plan work for us? And making sure that we are providing our staff with ongoing training, reviewing incidences anytime anything occurs, debriefing, figuring out what could we have done differently. But I agree about the inclusivity, about the neighborhoods, we want to get to know our neighbors and be good neighbors. We want to be part of the community. In some cases, we've invited people to come and get to know us, and are not afraid of having, more educational kinds of meetings with the community to make sure that we're welcome, because it can be challenging at times. There is sometimes still stigma about, oh, there's a van, and so, there can be complaints that way. But really, truly, it is a team approach. Not only our facilities is heavily involved in any kind of decisions, but so is our risk and quality management department, looking at licensing. How easy is it going to be for us to be able to license a home like this and to be able to provide the kinds of services that we'd like to provide? One of the homes that we had looked at, also, I paid attention to, is this a young neighborhood or an older neighborhood? Because if we're moving, let's say, adults in to the community, we want to make sure that it's going to be a good fit for the people around us too. So, all right, moving on. So I just wanted to have this as a reminder that safety and security is our #1 priority for our members, for our staff, and also for the community. We're always keeping those 3 things in our minds at all times. And just like any one of our homes, things happen daily. While I was sitting here, I've seen several emails about things I'm gonna have to follow up on a bit later this afternoon with my team, and to make sure that our members are safe and that we're doing what we need in order to coordinate care. But safety and security is really, truly this gentleman's wheelhouse, so I want to give him some space to say some more.
Some of the things I do here, as well as if you looked at my bio, I'm retired law enforcement. I've been doing a lot of different things. So I've been working with Copa for a long time, even when I was an officer. Actually, when it was called Back in Partners Recovery. But some of the things we look at is on our facilities is the engineering administrative controls we have to keep our people safe, our members, our employees, but especially at these houses, we have to have egress for them because some of them are disabled, but we have to look at the safety of the community as well, how locks, changing codes and stuff like that. So there's a lot of different things that go into the areas. Some of the things I routinely do is I'll check locations as far as I'll use the crime maps, see what type of activity is going around these houses and stuff, because some of these houses, let's face it, you get them, they're not in the best neighborhoods all the time. And you want to keep on top of that so you can let your clients know, your members know, hey, look, this is what's going on. We need to be aware of this. We have safety meetings all the time. We discuss the things like this. But this all wraps into what we do here, especially with the houses. And I know she said 37 houses, just to give you an idea of what we deal with. We have 53 locations in 2 states, okay? 13 of these locations are large clinics, okay? The rest of them are houses, with the exception of 15 of them. They're multi-housing with about 81 apartments on it. So as you can see, we're kind of spread all around. We provide this housing for these folks. We come in, we do the maintenance for them, we do the safety for them. I work a lot with most of our houses are in Mesa with Mesa PD, especially in some of our duplexes that, again, aren't in the best neighborhoods, to help out with the homeless and stuff like that and partner with them. So there's a lot that goes in there to go ahead and provide a very positive environment for our members at this time.
Okay, so when thinking about risk management, a lot of what we do is, referring back to our policies, our business emergency contingency plans. Thankfully, COPA has been, leading on this and had a plan that I recently became acquainted with as I'm a newer employee at Copa Health. And again, like I said, I was happy and pleased to see that we have written into our plan in black and white. We're prioritizing our homes as, if there's something that goes down, this is where we have to put our energy and our resources initially, and then start, making sure that all of the other programs are able to function. But ultimately, making sure that, if there is a crisis, that we make sure that we have a plan in place to care for these individuals that are completely dependent at times on our being there. And think about it, when there's an emergency, we have families of our own. And so, what do we do if staff is needing to get to their family? Maybe they have children at home. Luckily, I do work with a lot of staff who have been with us for like 30, 40 years. And so thankfully, they're there and they want to be there during a crisis. They want to help the members, and they're not looking to leave. And if we did have a mass communication breakdown where there was no way to communicate, our staff would stay put. And we have contingency plans on having communication with the supervisors, having a home base, having a way to be able to touch base with every one of our homes to make sure that everybody's safe. We also have it written into our plan, and our homes already have safety kits. We have 2 weeks worth of food, 72 hours worth of water. That's constantly being stored just in case. And we check for that. We make sure that it's, if something's expired, we're replacing those items so that way it's always good to go.
Let me go ahead and go into the long-term emergency planning, what we do here. Some of the things we have to look at is it actually starts way before the incident. And that goes back to what we've been talking about, is those partnerships that you develop. And those partnerships are not only with your local police and fire, but it might be with your local city, municipality, or other nonprofits or other organizations like yourself. But one of the ones a lot of us we miss is some of the religious organizations out there that can help you out. I know I'm from the West Valley, and we have one of the largest churches out there, and they are just fantastic to work with. And when we needed something, we could go to them. You need to develop these relationships with them, because they will come forward. They will provide you help. A lot of times they'll open up their facilities for you and stuff like that. So that comes first with the community partners. Some of the other things we have to look at I look at is for the emergencies, whether it's short-term or long-term. The long-term is what really concerns me, like we talked about today. The first gentleman from Superstation Fire, the chief there, was talking about how Verizon is almost shut down with the Open golf tournament. What happens if we do lose all the communications there? Think about what we're going to do afterwards. How are you going to communicate? How are you going to do things? So those are the things we kind of look at, how we're going to handle that. The other thing is, she talked about appropriate staffing. Remember, we have an incident where we lose something that a lot of the staff are going to be worried about their families, aren't we? Okay, what are you going to do for the families? How are you going to facilitate that? How are you going to make sure you get that staffing in to help our members? Because like I said, a lot of our members here, they have to have people with them, okay, day to day. So we look at that. Some of our options, of course, is shelter in place. But however, we have 2 buildings identified. And why we identified these buildings for these homes in case we had to move them is because they were large facilities. They had showers, restrooms, they had kitchen, they had large areas that we could go ahead and bring in beds and do what we need to bring those folks in to keep them protected. But one of the things we have to think about, well, what are you going to do for electricity? And some of the things you have to look at is some of the recovery services contracts out there. Maybe you want to enter into one of those. We have that where we can go and We can call them up within 24 hours. They can bring us in generators, have them attached to those 2 facilities, and at least we can have power and stuff like that to for whatever term we need. And these recovery things will come in, operations come in, they'll provide you, gas and stuff. They'll keep them up and running until the emergency is done. So these are the things you need to think about in the future or have in place, because let's face it, when it happens, we're all competing for the same resources. Okay, and those resources get very thin very quickly. Okay, so those are some of the things we want to talk about. But again, what are the things we really want to focus on is those life safety items, the water, energy, type of thing, food, your transportation, your communication. Those are the 4s that we try to focus in on in our plans to make sure that when something does happen long term, we are able to take care of the individuals that we do serve.
And you reminded me before we got up here that medications is also a big thing. All of our members take medications, and so and oftentimes we have like the one-off where the AC goes out or the plumbing needs to be repaired, and so we have to relocate maybe one house. That's a little bit easier to comprehend and to manage than having to think about, several homes all at once. But however, we already have a lot of experience of having books that we can just take with us and be able to grab the medications. They're already in their own bins, lockable bins, so that way we can just get up and go if we need to. And I know in our plans too, we've often attempted to try to see if we can get the pharmacist to provide additional medications so we have more than just 1 month's supply. Sometimes it's up to insurance, but we do our best to always make sure that the medications are a priority, of course, and so having that coordination of care.
One of the other things is, we've talked about it earlier, is your plans that you have, and if you don't practice them, you don't know what the failures are. So you need to be able to make sure that you are identifying those issues by practicing the plans and correcting them. The other thing I'm going to focus on is something we are always constantly looking at is our policy failure. Okay? Policy failure, it happens a lot, believe it or not.
Not in my program.
It's because we don't take the time to go back and review them and update them and look at them. And with that policy failure, it can cause lawsuits later on. And that's why something else we need to make sure. So your policies on how we're going to transport these folks, how we're going to do this, all need to be updated and taken into consideration. Because again, this is how, what affects our members, what affects their families, our community and stuff like that. But I think the biggest thing on anything that we do, and especially in this company here, is strong leadership. We are very fortunate to have a great CEO. She has shown strong leadership, and that leadership does come down through the ranks. And without a good, strong leadership, none of these programs we have can exist. So again, that's something that we're very lucky on, and I hope your organizations have the same thing too.
Yeah, as you were talking, I was reminded about a fire that had happened in the northern region. My programs, we actually serve members in Winslow, Arizona, as well as Globe, Miami. And so when there's fires that are not necessarily in Phoenix area or Maricopa, my staff are paying attention to what's going on in other parts of the state. And we also get alerts on our phones that lets us know, hey, this area is being affected. And so great communication. And in some cases, we have to make the best decision in a not so great circumstance. Does it make sense to take a member and a staff to an emergency shelter, or to try to find some other arrangement, especially this was back when COVID was also still a risk, at risk exposing this individual to COVID and having 2 people staying in an emergency shelter versus maybe authorizing an alternative setting for that member to stay. That wouldn't be traditionally ideal, but is the better solution. And so there's getting that communication, talking it through, having that ability to kind of think on our feet and figure out what is the best circumstance, so that way we can make sure that we get both the staff and the member to safety. So I think
we've covered everything.
Maybe on that slide, yes. Did you
I
already
covered
do that
this,
one?
I think, already
Okay.
earlier.
Quick. All right. We practiced this. Can you tell? So I just wanted to have this one slide here, Principles of Underlying Housing Community-Based Services. We call it HCBS for short. It's a mouthful, but I just kind of wanted to reiterate, these are the principles that are underlying all the services and why it is that really, the quality of care, the staff commitment to our members, it really is about giving our members voice and choice, being able to support them where they are, and helping them to have the most abilities of independence as they are capable of having with the supports that are in place. And so, like I mentioned, when things have gotten kind of dicey or if there was a crisis, a lot of our staff, they want to be able to serve and to see the members through because they know the members the best. They're able to provide them, with a lot of reassurance. But our members also have really strong connections in the community, sometimes with their own families. And so when there have been, let's say, a need to go to a hotel because the AC went out or there is some issue with the house, sometimes the member is able to just call up, or we can call up their family, and then they'll choose to go with them. And so we work really closely with the guardians, making sure that we're in constant communication and providing their loved one with the best care, and meeting them where they are at. So the next one is just, again, highlighting the training. Our team has to have annual trainings. We do the first aid, CPR, prevention and support, which is a specific kind of training about how to help somebody if they're really escalated, having some severe behaviors, and also just crisis intervention training. These trainings are annual, and so we're constantly reviewing and revisiting these trainings to make sure that we're not getting rusty and not being caught flat-footed. And like Richard already mentioned, we're reviewing incidences and we're reviewing our policies. So if something really didn't go well, and maybe we made an error, or maybe this outcome wasn't as good as we had hoped, then we're looking to see how can we maybe revise our policy, how can we, maybe have a better tighten up our plan so that way we've thought it all the way through, and so the next time we handle it differently. We do run drills monthly, so we have all different kinds of disaster drills that we have to run throughout the year. So those are constantly happening. Just keep everybody on their toes and ready for if something really were to happen. We do have regular staff meetings. We have individual supervision. And so as we go throughout the year and as things happen, we're just constantly working with each other to give each other feedback. And so making sure that we're updating our policies and our programs as needed. And employee resources. I think it's really important to not forget about the staff. They have feelings and emotions and, get tired too. And all of us as helpers and, first responders in the room, we have to do our own self-care. It's really, really important. If we're tired and showing up, we're not going to be our best selves. And so our members deserve the best quality of care. And so it's really important that we're doing what we can to make sure that we're taking breaks, vacations, and, spending time with our friends and working out, exercising, eating healthy, all of those important things. Okay. And I think I just went backwards somehow. And so just finally, the support planning. All of our services and members have very extensive plans. We call them individual service plans. We also have safety support plans. It tells our staff what to do in case there is a behavior, if our members are struggling. Our members are going to be scared if something's going on that's, they like their routines. We all do. And so when sometimes our routines get out of hand or are changed up, we need to be ready for the behaviors that might come about. That might make things a little bit more stressful in the moment, but we're ready for that too, because we understand that we have the documents, we have the resources to help us to be able to support our members. So, and again, it's just the collaborative team approach.
Yeah, one of the things I do want to, before we close here, one of the things we're very fortunate is when, we're a behavioral health company, and, sometimes, we have people go in crisis, make threats, or whatever the case may be like that. We're very fortunate that we do have a core team that we could get together within about 30 minutes and really staff that out. Okay, but that's very important for us to be able to keep our members safe, our employees safe, whether or not the threat is bigger, whether it's a facility or something like that. But again, we kind of bring the whole home approach to this when we deal with our individuals and with our organization, because we have our hands in a lot of things, but it's all about assisting those with disabilities or behavioral health. And that's one of the things that drew me to this organization.
All right. I think we have hit the last slide. Oh, that's not me.
Now, questions. I know Norm's going to go out there and do that.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Oh, I must have got John Scott's. Is that better? So do we have any questions? Dennis.
I appreciate that you brought up safety of the caregiver, because having been on many, many critical incidents, both regional and local, I see the work-rest cycle. Fire department, police department have this dialed in. They have a work-rest cycle built into their plan. Caregivers do not, and they will not leave those in their charge until they actually fall out from fatigue, dehydration, and then they're making poor decisions. More importantly, they take themselves out of the fight because they can't get back into the saddle. They didn't take that rest. So I'm glad you pointed that out because it's commonly overlooked. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Other questions? Well, thank you both. Rich and Wendy. And I have to tell you, Dr. Bunn is becoming, very adept at presenting, and I really appreciate that she took the time to be here today for this. And Rich, as always, he's done so many things, not just for Copa Health and before that Partners in Recovery, but in his role as a first responder, a police officer. So we really appreciate you. Big round of applause for these guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we are going to have another drawing. I'm going to let Dr. Bunn draw the ticket because it's for Copa cookies. Pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me. Okay, and you have to stick around here for a second. So the number is 626-111. 626-111. All right. Hey, can we get the Copa Cookies QR code back up there? We've got some people asking for it. So before we break for lunch, I just wanted to mention a couple of other things. When I was, I've been with Copa Health for a long time. I actually started the IT department there until they figured out I didn't know what I was doing. Then I was doing foundation, fundraising, marketing stuff. When I was doing marketing, I would always look at ads and think, how did they put that together? I would look very closely at that. Ever since I've been helping out with this conference and Rich and the folks for safety and emergency preparedness, I look at situations. I know we have somebody, Christopher's going to be coming up from Sky Harbor. I had my dad 5 years ago at a Arizona Cardinals game, and he was not getting around well. And I just thought, what would happen in situations like that? Reunification is a big thing. Making sure that you look at the people that are the most vulnerable in these situations is always really important. So that being said, here's the rules for getting lunch. Everybody wait till I get over there. I get all my food. No, just everybody be orderly and try to be considerate of other people, but we do have lunch. Grab it over there, and we'll be coming back in just a little bit. Thank you all. Arizona Department of Emergency Preparedness Services, Teresa Enert, for being a supporter of this conference for many, many years. And we are going to go ahead and start with our afternoon sessions. I'm going to pass it back over to our host, Stan Spitek.
All right, we told you right out of the box it's going to be kind of a mixed bag. We've got another dynamic presentation to present to you this afternoon. Chief Whitney brought that energy that we were hoping to that very first session, and the first session in the afternoon is not going to disappoint either. Madison Whistler, we first met her and she did a presentation for Copa back when we were doing one of our other presentations when she was with Maricopa County. She's now with the City of Glendale, and she's going to talk to you about everything from Swifty to the Boss to big events, all the stuff that she's handled in her career in the time that she's been in her position as an emergency management professional. Madison.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate being here, so I want to thank you all for letting me be up here and present for you guys. I get really excited because usually when I present to emergency management professionals, I know most of the faces. And today, there are a lot of faces here that I don't know. And that makes me really excited because emergency management is growing into other professions. And so just a little bit about myself. I'm an emergency management specialist for the City of Glendale. Yes, I did run the Super Bowl. It was chaos, and I'll tell you a little bit about how crazy planned events are. I'm also a professor at Arizona State University. I teach emergency management. So those that are interested in getting involved or maybe increasing your education, ASU just launched their first bachelor's program. It was a concentration in the bachelor's degree, and it's actually now its own degree at ASU, and so I'm proud to teach also for them. I'm very passionate about emergency management. I did my master's at ASU, and I started with Maricopa County Emergency Management, and now made my way all the way up to Glendale, and there's nothing I love more than taking care of you guys, the whole community. And so we'll just go through our slides, and I do want to apologize. I was supposed to present with Kirsten Vandeventer with Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian Community, and truly I would be doing a disservice if I presented on her slides. Our tribal nations are amazing, and there is so much uniqueness that they have, and so I told Kirsten this morning when she came down really sick that I had to quickly change the slides because I didn't want to present on behalf of them. And so I'm going to use my phone because I changed these slides at 10 o'clock this morning. So that's one thing with emergency management is that we learn to pivot really quickly. So the first thing I want to talk about is the whole community, and that's every single person sitting in this room. And I want to get to know you guys before I present. Can you just raise your hand if you're part of a healthcare organization? Awesome, most of you. And can you raise your hand if you're with a private agency? Okay, quite a few. And then raise your hand if you're with a government entity. Awesome. And raise your hand if you have not heard about emergency management. I hope to see no hands. And that's amazing. Every single person in this room, every person in our community, there is a different category of personnel, and we want to plan for all of you. And how do we do that? Because everyone's needs are so different. We follow a system called NIMS, which is the National Incident Management System, and ICS, the Incident Command Structure System. And those are amazing, and they were developed in pre and post 9/11, around the 2001 era. And I can go anywhere and sit in a position because we all know the same system. So I can deploy to where Kirsten is at the tribe. and I can deploy to Maricopa County, or I could deploy up into Flagstaff, and every single position is the same in support of an incident. And so that's what's really great, is that I could even go out of state. The unfortunate situation in Maui right now, you could send anyone and deploy anyone following NIMS and ICS, and by using that, we support the whole community. There's a picture on the right, and that's got our structure of ICS. There's a couple different versions, but this is your very standard incident command system with your incident commander. If you were to have multiple agencies, you could have a MAC, which we do for Super Bowl. This would just be for one group, or you could have multiple unified commanders, which we have in a situation where you may have a police and a fire incident commander or something like that, but we call it ICS-like if it's not like this. And so under our incident commander, we have a public information officer. Who here has social media? Come on, I should see all of your hands go up. Whether it's your agency or you're following your mom, posting pictures of your babies, there's some sort of form of social media that you're connected to. And so we've had to integrate that into emergency response, because where do you go to find out information, right? Who here tunes into radio still? Not many people. And so we've had to evolve as these systems go forward. And so we've added public information into our ICS. They post our social media for us. They connect with the news. And then under there is our safety officer and liaisons. And so liaisons would be if there was an emergency in the city of Glendale, and let's say it affected one of your healthcare facilities. I could pull in one of you into our EOC, and you'd be the liaison to explain to me what you need from our government. And then the safety officer makes sure we're safe. We're dealing with a crazy incident. You want to make sure you're safe. Then under there are our section chiefs. We have operations, planning, logistics, and finance. Those help us break out all the responsibilities, because if you didn't have them, you'd be running around like a chicken with your head cut off. You need a whole team. But the issue with this structure is that most of our emergency management staffings are a team of 1, 2, maybe 3. And so I was just talking to our table over here. We have to lean into each other, and that's why we have NIMS, an ICS system, is because I lean into my partners at all levels of government to staff those positions. And so it's important to learn that system and build relationships. And so that's why I opened with the whole community. You guys are so important. I can't do this alone. It's just me and the emergency manager at Glendale. And God forbid if something crazy happens, I don't have a staff for that whole ICS structure. And so we lean heavily into others. So that's the point I wanted to make across for that. So there's a lot of risks and threats for the state of Arizona as our community, and how does that come about? Do we even know how those are identified? And so what I want to tell you guys about is the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan. This is made by a contractor funded by the federal government, and it's regional through our county. And so the county takes lead on writing this plan, and it incorporates every single city and town. And this is where we identify what our threats and hazards are and how we plan for emergencies and disasters. It's published on every 5 years. It's got a lot of good information, and you can access it on the county's webpage. So the fun stuff, the large-scale events. We're blessed at the city of Glendale. The NFL loves us. It's a big stadium, hosts a lot of people. It's a great location. We have great partners with Phoenix, who usually host the MAC, which is a multi-agency coordination center. And Super Bowl was one of the craziest events I've ever been part of. The NFL has endless amounts of money, and do you think the government gets it? No. And that's something crazy that I had no idea when I was brought on to support it. They have parties throughout the valley, and we have to plan for all of those events. And so how do you scale this down as a team of 2 to support an event this big? Multiple days, weeks. This actually was 18 months of planning for the Super Bowl. And so all of you play an important role with that planning. You do your job well, and we lean into you to as subject matter experts. Actually, Jennifer, the ACTIC lead, she was in the EOC with me that day. It was almost a 16, 18-hour day. It was wild. And so planning large-scale events all the way through small events is the same structure. And so it's really cool to see how the government, all the way up from the federal level, all the way down to a small city called Glendale in the state of Arizona that hosts this big, large event, we all have the same process that we follow to plan and prepare for with emergency management. We're blessed. The Super Bowl, we were told by the NFL, was one of the most successful events that they've ever seen this past year with the Super Bowl. And I'm proud of every single person that had a big part of that. And I hope that we can continue to be partners in doing that with the Super Bowl. And so I want to talk about the personal preparedness side, because going all the way from taking care of yourself, the last group talked about, if our staff doesn't show up, we're in trouble because they're worried about themselves and they can't take care of their staff. So if I had staff saying there was an incident and they couldn't support me at Super Bowl, then we're not a prepared society. And so I want to talk about personal preparedness. Raise your hand here if you've ever heard of ready.gov. Awesome. You guys are a good crew. This is great. So ready.gov is an awesome resource, and I hope all of our emergency managers have explained this to you and brought it down. They have all the way down from personal preparedness, how to make a family plan, child plans, all the way through access and functional needs. How can we support our whole community? And so it's a really great website, and I wanted to point this out for you guys. If you don't have a family plan, like fire drills, our kids at school are doing fire drills. Are we doing them at home? We should be thinking about these things and preparing our families together. Do we have an in-state contact? Do we have an out-of-state emergency contact? Do people know in our family where our emergency items are kept in our home? Do you have a go bag? What do you keep in your go bag? I hear a lot of times people say they put MREs in there. You're not going to eat that. Yucky, yucky. You're not going to eat that. Get yourself a personal preparedness kit, put some top ramen in there, put some peanut butter in there, some things that you're actually gonna eat, because I see all of these companies making these go bags that are pre-purchased and you can get it for like $150 and it's got everything in it and the food's good for like 10 years. Y'all are not gonna wanna eat that food. Yuck. So my advice to you is once a month, pick out an item that maybe you think you wanna put in there, and just start putting foods that you're gonna eat, your canned foods, canned corn, anything that you think you might wanna eat. I suggest you start putting it in your own personal preparedness bag. And do you keep one at home? Do you keep one at work? Do you keep one in your car? Funny story, I saw that we got a first aid kit here, and I have been part of the Copa crew for a while. They gave me it was like a first aid box. And I don't remember which conference it was, but I got a first aid box. And I actually did the 4 Peaks Challenge or the 5 Peaks Challenge with the city of Phoenix, where you hike 5 peaks in a day. It was like 20-something miles. Call me crazy, I don't know. But anyways, I did that. And on my way to my 5th peak, I watched a motorcycle driver with no helmet on get hit by a car and was laying there on the floor. And I had my first aid kit, my whole go bag in my car. I flew out of my car and I'm running to go help this man. And I'm prepared. I'm prepared for an incident. And so when you don't have preparedness strategies for things, you can't be helpful. And so it's one thing I want to talk to you guys about today is that if you aren't prepared, you can't help yourself or others. They always give that example of, when you get on an airplane, put the mask on yourself first, because if you can't help yourself, then you can't help others. And so go home today and talk about this with your family. How can you get yourself in a good place so that you can help others when necessary? There's a couple public alert and warning tools that I'd like to talk about. So how many of you have gotten a dust storm warning on your phone? So that's called a wireless emergency alert. And the National Weather Service has the license to send that to all of your phones. It's a blast public messaging text through the wireless emergency alert capability. And DPS can also do it for missing children, silver alerts, stolen cars. But who does it for emergency preparedness? Does anybody know? So, fun fact of the day, your friends over there in the corner, Maricopa County Emergency Management, they have the license to send out a wireless emergency alert. And so for Super Bowl, I actually built out I used my GIS team. I'm not that big brain, but I used my GIS team to draw polygons around the stadium, sent those to the county, and we had those pre-prepared and ready in the event something happened at the Super Bowl, that we could just launch off a message saying shelter in place or evacuate now. And we use the ready, set, go terminology. And so those wireless emergency alerts are really important to keep on your phone. A lot of people don't want to be bothered. They turn them off on their phone. I highly suggest you check your phone and make sure you have those on. And there's also another feature, if you scroll, I believe, on your phone, you can turn on the tests. So you can also get the test messages too. There is reverse 911. Who here still has a landline? You guys are really cool kids, because not many have those anymore. So reverse 911 automatically goes to landlines. If you have a cell phone, you have to register it. And so there's this transition of technology where there was a system in place when everyone had a landline. You were stuck to the cord, walking over here, talking to your boyfriend while your mom's over here, the door's shut. We don't have that anymore. And so what do we put in place to get rid of these messages, or how do people still get emergency messages? Well, that's why wireless emergency alerts came in place, because nobody has a landline anymore. What else is on there? There's a FEMA mobile app. I put that up there. Most governments have a local level, so I highly suggest trying to find your local level app, but there is a FEMA one. It gives you federal alerts. I suggest you find a local level. I think that's good. And then the EAS is what comes across your TV. I don't know if you guys have ever heard it go, burr, burr, burr. You have an emergency alert. That's what the EAS is, but it's all part of the wireless emergency alert system and integrated public alert and warning. I just wanted to provide some resources. I've kind of already touched on these. So you have FEMA, that's your Federal Emergency Management Agency. You have AZDEMA, which Gabe was supposed to present today. He's from the State Emergency Management Agency. If you're in Maricopa County, you have County Emergency Management, and then all the way down at the local level, you have your city and town EM. So you have a lot of resources to dip into. Your personal preparedness is ready.gov, some general emergency management. You can get at the public health website as well. We all know that with COVID, we experienced a lot of emergency messages, and so your public health is a great resource as well, where I think actually most of you guys, if you have houses, group homes and stuff, you have to provide that information of your emergency plan to the county. I believe most of you have to do that. And then I put AZEIN. Did you guys know about this service? It's called the Arizona Emergency Information Network. So we talked about those public information officers, the PIOs. This is where they post a lot of our emergency information, and they all tie together with the Ready, Set, Go terminology. And that is my contact. I really want to thank you all for letting me come up today. I was really excited to do it with Kirsten, just to explain the connection of tribal emergency managers all the way to Super Bowl, the craziness, the Taylor Swift City. At the end of the day, all of the things that we do, whether it's really small, all the way up to large scale events like Super Bowl or the Maui incident, that's going to be a forever recovery. It doesn't matter how you do it, it's all through NIMS and ICS. And so as we continue our training, and I highly recommend you guys taking some emergency management classes, lean into your EM partners, and we're all the whole community. And so we're grateful to have you part of it. Just be prepared and protect yourselves, protect others. And that's what I got for you guys today. Thank you.
Well, everybody, once again, another big round of applause. Did we have any questions?
Got some dead mics.
Do you know of any resources for simple ICS trainings, like for volunteers, like a half hour or an hour that won't bore them to tears? And
So there are federal independent studies. There's ICS 100, there's ICS 200, 700, and 800. Those are all your basic emergency management courses. I would suggest, if you have a group of people that are very unfamiliar, sorry, I'm short, I don't know if y'all can see me. I would suggest, and I've heard a lot of people have this complaint, is that you go through ICS 100 as a group. Have someone instruct it. in your agency that may be able to talk about it, or lean into your emergency manager if you need, and have them all log in and go through the class together. Because I've heard people say, it is drier than the Arizona desert. It is. And until you can connect the two with real world situations, and they're not necessarily going to use the ICS training a whole lot, it's just good for them to hear the knowledge. For people that are better learned in visuals and in person, I would just advise that you go through those trainings as a group rather than just self-assigning. Yeah.
And I will also suggest that you reach out to Jeff or me, because we put this conference together. I actually remember back when I went through the training, it was Mr. Damiani there, who's going to be up later, who did the training. And I know Stan is also very adept at that. So there are people that come out and make it not so dry. It's like we get that one rainy day in Arizona every year. They really, make it interesting and fun. And they give you real world examples too, which I really like. I was really confused when I first learned about it with who is the incident command trainer? Well, it's whoever is the most capable person there right when you get there. But then when somebody else shows up, they may be more capable, so they will take over.
Any other questions?
Over here, Gil.
Oh, you got it?
Gil.
Hi, I was just wondering if you could say more about the specific role of the operations planning and logistics.
Absolutely. So operations is usually, it depends on the incident. So let's go with like a wildland fire as our scenario. Your operations is someone that's going to be in connection with someone that's on boots on the ground, and they get the full picture of what's happening there and identifying what their needs are. Once they know what their needs are, they lean into logistics. Logistics gets water, snacks, type 1, 2, 3, FEMA typed trucks. Logistics is the group that is going to pull any type of resource that you may need, whether it's your local contract or you have to reach all the way up through different levels of government. They find those resources that operations needs. Finance tracks and logs everything that they expend through the logistics, requirements, whatever they're asking for. Well, what does that cost? And then, what was the other? Planning. That's the one that I usually get deployed for. And I'm currently actually on one right now. I'm on my 4th week of a huge incident. I don't know if you guys saw it in the news, the recycle yard fire that happened in Glendale 4 weeks ago. Big smoke, a lot of things caught fire. It actually rekindled over 10 times. And 100,000 gallons of oil, and our fire trucks were sliding down the road. But the planning is you think 10 steps ahead. And so I write the incident action plan, who's working what position, what are our objectives, what are our operational period command emphases, what are we focusing on for the week ahead, and I publish that plan. And then it provides the staff exactly what they're supposed to do for the week. So the planning piece is a week ahead or an operational period ahead. So if it was 24-hour operational periods, they'd be writing it for the next day. So the staff comes in, knows what their tasks are to do, and then they just publish that and run meetings, objective meetings, etc. So.
I know we also have Jamie Bouvet, is it? From as chair here, and he is ASCHAIR is a fantastic organization. Maybe you could tell people a little bit about ASCHAIR.
Okay, the coalition is been made up from HHS, then it goes down to ADHS, and we could work through a grant. We help healthcare and hospitals in emergency preparedness for training. I'm the training and exercise manager for the state, for the coalition, and we do have all that emergency management courses on our website. We have one course this next week is the HVA. So if you don't know what an HVA is, hazard vulnerability assessment, we could actually teach you what it is and how to do it in your own facility. It's a 2-hour course. It's free. You just go to our website, you sign up for the course itself, and we do have ICS 100, 200. We teach all that all through the year.
Fantastic. And what we will try to do is get this information out to everybody, for As Chair, for other organizations, but there are a lot of free resources out there for healthcare companies, nonprofits, organizations, especially when you're talking about assessments and, just learning the vernacular. I remember when I first realized, I think everybody realizes the importance of a public information officer, but I remember how important it is during an emergent situation. Something wrong gets said, and that affects people's lives. So the incident command-based training is just a fantastic thing to go through. And I think that as Chair Jamie Bechter said, they've got some stuff available too. So fantastic.
Yeah, and if you're looking for upper level courses, the State Department of Emergency and Military Affairs has a training branch, and they have a system, a portal where you can enroll in courses. So I'll be sure to provide that to them if you guys want to enroll in any of the courses that are available through the state.
One other thing I want to mention, because we got a little bit of time here.
Were there any other questions?
Oh, any other questions?
Because then
Back
I
there.
can get out of your way.
Sorry about that. There is a course for disaster preparedness for hospitals and healthcare. Can't talk. Healthcare organizations that's happening this month from the 19th to the 20th. You can register on the state's website. I believe there are still some seats open, and it's a very, very good course to take. So just
Awesome. Thank
not
you,
a
Joseph.
question, just PSA.
Any other questions for me?
I had one quick one, Maddie.
Yeah.
What was the coolest part of the Super Bowl for you? I know it has nothing to do with emergency preparedness, but...
All right, here's the story. The day before, we had a group of people called VPSO, visiting public safety officials, something, I don't know. Very important people. They came through, like the NFL head of security, and this coming year, the NFL's group that's going to have the Super Bowl this year. I'm talking like 25 to 30 people came through the EOC the day before, and one taps me on the shoulder and goes, "Maddie, I need a conference room stat." And I said, "Okay, what's going on?" We pivot. And they said, "There's a real world situation going on. The Kinder Morgan pipeline has been shut down, including diesel fuel, I don't even know, jet fuel, and regular petrol." And we were like, okay, what does that mean for us? Well, everyone is in the state of Arizona because we have the Waste Management Open happening, we have Super Bowl happening, and now we have no fuel. How do we keep this out of the news? Because then everyone is going to go to the gas station and fill up their car, and it's going to create mass panic. Well, imagine the phone call I have to make to the White House when the First Lady is coming in town on a private jet with her grandson, and I tell them they need enough fuel to come in and to leave. Wasn't a good phone call. And so that was pretty interesting, working an incident that we've been planning 18 months for the Super Bowl. Scenarios such as water's been contaminated and now everyone's sick. A possible aircraft landing, because there's Glendale Airport right next to the stadium, an airplane landing near the stadium. I mean, we came up with a million ideas, but the real world, it doesn't ever work that way. And I always joke, you tell God your plans and he laughs at you. And that's what the Super Bowl was, because I never wanted to call the White House telling them that the First Lady had to find her way out. And so the pipeline ended up getting turned back on, but we didn't know if it was nefarious. We had no idea what was going on. They just found a leak. And so they put the pipeline back on, and we were very scared about what that was going to mean. The state even told us our surplus went down from like 14 days to 5 of gas. And so just working those incidents, learning how to pivot and learning how to deal with the emergency as it comes is a huge challenge. Nothing I was prepared for, but we just dealt with it. And so those are some of the crazy stories that we experienced.
Wonderful. Yeah, Stan told me that we're lucky that Jeff didn't bring up Bruce Springsteen.
But I could.
Yeah.
Thank you all today.
Yes, thank you, Maddie. So the one other thing I want to mention before we do the drawing here is in your organizations, find somebody to be the champion. And give them the power to make things happen. I think that's one of the things that I have to say about Copa Health way back when. We had the support of our senior management. So when we had that person who said, let's do this, it really made a difference. So we're giving away some cookies now.
Super Bowl cookies.
Well,
626078. That kind of sounds like my number. Is that my number? I don't want it. Oh, off by 1. 78. Is that you? We're number buddies.
all right, wonderful. Thank you, Maddie.
That's awfully like mine.
What a life lived experience. So we are going to move on to our next presenter, and I have to tell you, when Jeff first told me that he was speaking with this person about being part of our agenda today, I was just so excited. Christopher Roush is a Special Projects Administrator, Safety and Emergency Preparedness for Sky Harbor International Airport. The thing that is so interesting about that is all of us know that airports are one of the most congested, busy places, constantly changing. So I am very excited to be able to introduce him. Everybody please give a big warm welcome to Christopher Roush.
Good afternoon, everyone. So this is Ira McCullough. He is our ADA specialist, so let's give him a round of applause, too.
Thank you.
He's going to talk a little bit about the ADA portion of what we do at the airport. I just need to get the clicker here real quick. Okay. So once again, I'm the Special Projects Administrator at Sky Harbor over safety and emergency preparedness. I recently got the safety hat put on too, doing emergency preparedness for quite some time. But everything except security is kind of in my wheelhouse when it comes to safety, emergency management. We work really close with the security folks, but it's all kind of one big partnership, as we're going to talk about. So airports and icebergs, all right? This could go not only for an airport, but for any of your agencies, right? You know what they have in common? So you can't see the majority of what takes place. So for airport, for example, people are coming in, they're flying out to, go to visit grandpa and grandma, whatever. They see the ticket counter, they see the gate area, they see the airplane. But everything that Ira and I do, things that you guys all do behind the scenes, is really the biggest part of that organization. The City of Phoenix owns and operates Sky Harbor Airport. It also operates Deer Valley and Goodyear Airport. And we're a city within the city. We've got a lot of things that go on, and it's always something that is pretty interesting. I'm going to talk a little background on the airport emergency plan. I know some of you may be aviation geeks like I am, so hopefully this will be interesting to you. Hopefully I won't put you to sleep. But there's some really good, interesting things that take place at the airport. And not just Sky Harbor, but any of the larger airports that you go to, you're going to see this very similar type of situation when you get there. All right. Just a few gee whiz type things here. Sorry about that. Okay, so we're the top 8 busiest airport in the world. We were named America's best airport a few years ago. About $106 million daily economic impact, $38 billion economic impact, and about 57,000 airport jobs. So it doesn't mean we have 57,000 airport employees. We have contractors and subcontractors and vendors and all those sorts of folks that are part of that process as well. Once again, the City of Phoenix owns and operates Sky Harbor, Deer Valley, and Goodyear. Those two are general aviation airports, a lot of training facilities and businesses like that are over there. We've got about 120,000 daily passengers that come in and out of Sky Harbor. We've got about 21 airlines, and we've got 2 fire stations on the airport. We have Phoenix Fire and Phoenix Police at the airport. So Phoenix Fire operates Station 19, which is solely on the airport. They respond to numerous different situations. Station 29 is on the south border of, on the north border of the airport. And so they do airside and they do landside type responses. And then again, we have our police bureau that's part of that setup for the airport as well. So what's an aviation emergency? So there's a lot of different things that can kind of fall into that. But typically for us, it's an incident or accident that causes injury, death, disruption to service, and substantial property damage. So there's always something that takes place that kind of falls into those categories. Our airport staff, I'm not a one-man show. I've got about 2 other folks that work with me. Our staff is growing, which is good, but we can't respond to all the things that are going on. Fire does, PD does, but we also have a staff of numerous folks that are going to be trained to respond to some type of accident, all right? So we train them. Our responsibility is to help train them to be ready to do those things that they do normally, but then also kind of on top of that, they have to do in the event of a situation, accident or incident. So those are the things up there: communication, follow instructions, and situational awareness and good judgment are all part of that. So the Phoenix plan basically is that we want our employees to be familiar with a situation or a response prior to that situation. Obviously, when something happens, it's going to be a little bit too late for them to be able to kind of figure out kind of what the process is. So we're going to try to give them as much of a head start as possible. And even with that head start, every situation is going to be different. So you never know, what from one day to the next, what could take place. So, so prior planning is very important. We do that a lot. We understand our requirements and our limitations. At the airport, we tend to be very self-sufficient. We do a lot of different things on our own, even though we're part of the city. As I mentioned, we're kind of a city within a city. And so we've got our own trash company. We have our own water people. We have our own fire and police, et cetera. And so we get very self-sufficient. But sometimes during an accident, we have to realize that we can't do everything ourselves. And that's kind of where we work with our partners. I've worked with a lot of you in this room, and I look forward to working with you in the future on a lot of different things. I'm going to talk about our triennial exercise, which is going to be coming up in October. So we always want to participate in any type of situation with our employees in regards to drills and exercises and pre-planning. We also kind of oversee our airport emergency plan, our communicable disease response plan, which is something that we exercised extensively during the COVID days in regards to making sure that we were ready for the type of situations that could come into the airport. Even though COVID is, I shouldn't say it, it's not a major issue right now. It is kind of on the upswing, but there's always a disease du jour, as my folks at Maricopa County Public Health would say. There's always something that's kind of lurking in the background that we have to be ready for. Flights coming in from all over the world into the airport, so you never know what you're going to get. It's like a box of chocolates, right? So you never know what you're going to get when that happens. And we have to maintain our partnership. I like this quote: coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success. And so we cannot do what we do without everybody here, with our partners and stakeholders as well. So some of the outreach that we have, and I'm not going to go through them all, but we have numerous partners, from the law enforcement and fire, from the airline industry, the Red Cross, the chaplaincy. We're part of the Coyote Crisis Collaborative. Our Family Assistance Education and Research Foundation is an awesome organization that provides us support in the event of not only an aircraft accident, but also if we have, let's say, an active shooter type situation. We will have care team members, we'll open up a call center. They do all that stuff for us if we need to. Our federal agencies that we work with, NTSB, the FAA, CBP, all those acronym agencies, they're all very important. As are the state agencies that we have. ADEM, Department of Health Services, Maricopa County Public Health as well for county. And then the cities, Tempe, Mesa, Phoenix, we're all part of that partnership responsibility that we work together. So a little bit, and I know Maddie talked a little bit about the NIMS. We try to follow NIMS. We're trying to get that kind of ingrained in our staff. It's a little bit different for some of our folks. The only ones that really get it sometimes are our police and firefighters. And so we really want to make sure we practice it. We do utilize what's called Unified Command, which is very similar, where we have somebody from aviation, somebody from fire, somebody from the police department, and a stakeholder. So if it's an airline situation, somebody from that airline will be part of the Unified Command. And really what we're looking for is a single coordinated response to that type of situation that we're doing. All right, our Aviation Emergency Operations Center. Just wanted to put this out there too. If anybody would like to take a tour of our command center, please, my information will be available at the end of the presentation. We are very interested in providing anyone a tour of the facility if you haven't had a chance to look at it. I know some of you have been there before. We've hosted meetings, but it's a state-of-the-art facility. It's about 4 years old. And we have our command center, which is right next to the Emergency Operations Center. And so it's a pretty cool place, right, Ira? Anyway, but if you're interested, be glad to give you a tour of that. So basically, like any EOC, it serves as command and control. We work with the Unified Command team. The Unified Command is going to be out in the field working that event. So I just use an aircraft accident as an example. They're out there working with fire PD to get that process taken care of. The EOC is going to be in support of them, doing the backside, helping out with logistical support, looking at the daily operation of the airport as well. We want to get the airport back to operational status as quickly as possible, but we're also there to make sure that the responders are getting what they need for a response. A little bit about our drills and exercises that we do. We do a bunch of different things, okay? So we do a monthly tabletop. What we do every year is we send out an email to a lot of our stakeholders, our partners, and find out what keeps you up at night. What's something that is could be a problem for you as a tenant or an employee of the airport. And so based off of that feedback, we put together a monthly tabletop exercise. Every year we have an aircraft accident. Every year we have an active shooter exercise, but we've also been doing UAS or drones. We've been doing cybersecurity. We've been doing a lot of different things now. And communicable disease also is also going to be part of that as well. We do one yearly live exercise. I'm going to talk about that in a second. And then if a stakeholder, let's say the Air National Guard, which is another partner for us, are on the south side of the airport, if they want us to participate in an exercise, we're going to be there to help them out. They're doing an exercise this Sunday, an active shooter exercise on the base, and so we're going to have staff that's going to be there to help participate in that drill. There's only 2 federal required drills that we have to do. One is the AVSEC, it's aviation security. And basically that's a TSA mandated exercise that every year the airlines have to participate in this exercise. And it basically, we come up with a security type situation and we talk through the process, and the TSA is there to make sure that we have participation and that we cover all the key points that are part of that process. And then the second requirement is our triennial Part 139 full-scale exercise. We do that every 3 years, and it so happens that we're doing one in October, October 25th to be precise. Some of you may have heard about it. We've been soliciting for volunteers to be part of that role player group, family, friends, passengers, loved ones, any of those folks that would be involved in an aircraft accident. We're looking for volunteers. And so I think we're getting pretty close. We're looking for about 200 volunteers, and we're getting really close to it, but we'll also go above and beyond that. And I also want to let you know that if you want to come out and witness or observe the exercise, you're more than welcome to do that. This is the opportunity for people to see an actual, it's not actual, but a simulated aircraft accident without actually going to an aircraft accident. So I tell our staff, hey, you don't want to see the real thing. This is the only opportunity we hope that you will have to witness that. So we want people to participate. And if anybody's interested again in that, you can let me know as well. All right, our response types that we have. So we have, we've kind of broken them up into incidents and mass casualties. So incidents, we've got security threats, breaches, natural disasters, different types of weather during monsoon season, which I know we're still in monsoon season, I think until the 15th of this month, something like that. We practice a lot. This year hasn't been that much with the monsoon, so we'd like to see a little bit more rain, but it's all good. So operational, water leaks. Last week we had a company in the rental car center, and they were redoing one of the rental car company's ticket counters, and they cut one of our water lines. And the water ran for about 35 minutes. I mean, this is a full water suspension system. And so it took a long time for the water to be shut off. So that's one of the things we're looking at to figure out why that happened. But it also is the type of things that we deal with every day at the airport. Hopefully not to that extent, but we do deal with those types of things. The communicable disease is also. And then our mass casualty we have any type of terrorism or active shooter. We do have Stop the Bleed kits in all of our AED boxes throughout the airport, and every employee that's hired at the airport has to watch the Stop the Bleed video. And so they kind of get an understanding of how that is going to work. Anybody could be brought to task to help out. And so that's why we thought it was important to have that available for everyone to watch. Also, if we have a SkyTrain accident or a bus accident, and then an Alert 3, and I'll talk a little bit about that real quick. So these are terms that the FAA uses, and this is kind of gee whiz stuff to let you know, but an Alert 1 indicates that an aircraft is having minor issues. An Alert 2 is an aircraft is having major difficulties, so that would be maybe an engine that's going out. An Alert 1 would be maybe a small aircraft that's having a minor issue. And then an Alert 3 is an actual crash that a fire or high potential of a crash is going to take place. So luckily, we don't see the Alert 3s very often. We had one a few days ago at Deer Valley. It was, they have a lot of student pilots out there, and so not to say that the student pilots aren't good, they are, but there's more issues with them. We have an Alert 1 and an Alert 2 at Phoenix at least once or twice a week. So typically, and my boss always likes to say, an Alert 2 can turn into an Alert 3 very easily, so we always have to be ready for those types of things. So this is an Alert 3, and I want to talk real quick about our post-disaster family assistance. So I don't know, many people remember America West. America West merged with US Airways, and it's now part of American Airlines. But I was working for America West at the time. I was a care team manager, and I trained our Go Team folks. And so basically this plane landed back in 2002, had a nose gear issue. The nose gear collapsed when it landed. And as a result, this was an Alert 3. No fatalities, no major injuries. We had some minor injuries, and it was basically because if you see the picture, the slides in the back aren't reaching the ground. And so as a result of that, this is an Airbus. Airbus realized that on a nose gear collapse that their slides don't reach the ground like they should, resulting in injuries. And so as a matter of fact, That crash was very instrumental in helping Airbus identify a problem with that airplane. So that was one of the incidents that we prepare our team for certain types of things. I'm not going to get into too much detail, but the Post-Disaster Family Assistance Act, it basically says that any airline that flies in or out of the United States has to have a plan to work with families upon an accident or a serious type incident. And so those are the things that we have to be ready for at the airport. I'm almost done, Ira, here, I promise. So, okay, so just a little bit about our plan. So it involves any inbound or outbound flight. So a flight that departs Phoenix, crashes halfway between here and Minneapolis, we're still going to activate our plan. If a plane leaves Minneapolis, is on its way to Phoenix and crashes halfway between, it's going to be part of our plan as well, because we have passengers on either end of those flights that were on that airplane. You're going to have family members that want to find out what happened to them. And so we'll activate the plan for that. Our plan isn't intended to supersede the airport's or the airline's plan. Every airline that flies, again, into the United States has to have a plan. Our plan is there to help them if they need it. If they fly to Phoenix, they know that we have these things available to them, and I'll talk about that in a second. It provides a standard plan for them to use, and it's also initiated for non-airline incidents. So, for example, an active shooter. We have an active shooter in a terminal. It's no longer the airline's responsibility. It's the airport's responsibility. We're going to activate our post-disaster family assistance plan to make sure that we provide the families, the survivors, all the resources that they need to get through that process. We're about to start a family assistance care team for the airport, and those are going to be specially trained members that work at Sky Harbor that will be there to work with the families upon a certain situation, particularly for a non-airline type accident. So the types of things that we provide to the airline members is family safety and security. Our police will be there to provide support to them. During an accident, we know the media is going to be all over the place. They're going to be trying to get in interviews with family members, et cetera. Our police department is going to be there to help prohibit that. I don't know, you can't do it 100%, but they're going to be there to help with that process. Also transportation. We're going to be busing folks from the different locations. We'll pull buses out of our fleet and make sure that they're available for anybody to kind of get to and from the locations from the airport. And those locations include our Friends and Relatives Center. We have a Friends and Relatives Center in each of our 2 terminals. And basically that's where the folks go initially. They're driving in, they hear about the accident on the radio, if you're still listening to the radio or on social media, and they're going to drive to the airport, they're going to jump out of their car and come into the ticket counter of the airline that had the accident and says, my brother was on that airplane, what can you tell me about it? So we want to get them out of that environment because a lot of public interaction will be there. We take them into a secured location and we provide that information to the families from either the airport and the airline will work together on that process. Our passenger gathering area is located at the Air National Guard Base. This is a short-term facility, as is the FRC. Passenger gathering areas where survivors from an aircraft accident are taken, and they'll be interviewed by the FBI, by the NTSB, by the FAA folks to kind of find out what did you see, what did you hear on board that airplane. And so once they've been cleared by the medical crews to be able to do that, then we would take them over there. And again, it's a very secured facility. They won't have any issues with the media over there. And then our passenger gathering area is also passenger reunification area, excuse me. It's located in our USO. And basically what you have is you have family members in the FRC and the Friends and Relatives Centers. You have the passenger gathering folks, the survivors. You bring them together in a separate facility. You don't want to reunify them in front of other family members that may have not had loved ones that survived. And so we do that in a separate location. And then finally, we have our FRC. AFAC, I'm sorry, Family Assistance Center, and that's a long-term facility. And basically, it's where we take the survivors, we take the family members, we take all those folks for more of a long-term care and for some assistance from the airline or from the airport to kind of help answer a lot of those questions. And then finally, so I've heard it said a disaster, an airport can substitute for an airport. An airport can substitute for almost anything else, but nothing can substitute for an airport. So airports have been known throughout the times that they've been operating to do a lot of different things, to provide resources. And so Sky Harbor is basically that resource. So I'm going to turn it over now to Ira to talk about the ADA portion.
Great, thanks, Chris. Well, first and foremost, I'm glad to see a lot of folks here. What you do is extremely important as the ADA person for the airport. What you do is, I can't even fathom with that. So, hear me better. There we go. So with that, I'd like to bring a little bit of a different perspective. I'm relatively new to the world of emergency management. Although my background has been in ADA and civil rights, coming to the airport really shined a light on a lot of different things that we need to do, not only as an airport, but also as a city. So I'm going to share with you some aviation-specific resources, but some of these resources you can certainly use with your organization, regardless of how big or small or what you do from day to day. One of the things that really helped me in preparation for this particular job is that we're really fortunate that the aviation community loves to information share. One of the things I routinely do is email and interact with other ADA coordinators throughout the United States. Tend to interact with other large hub airports, which means they're kind of the top 20, 30 airports as far as passenger capacity. What was really unified in my conversations with those airports is that you really need to know who and where your resources are. Like Chris said, the airport is really a city unto itself. And with that, we have subject matter experts. People have done this a tremendous amount of times, have seen just about everything. Really tap into those resources, regardless if you've been in your position 1 month or 10 years plus. It's really important to really leverage and interact with those folks. So as a relatively new person to the field, I really needed to make those contacts and really learn the jargon, learn what exactly persons with disabilities and functional needs really need from emergency management. So some of the other feedback that I got from other airports is that kind of going back to that information sharing point I made, we're really fortunate to have what we call an airport cooperative research program. In essence, regardless of the topic, they're collecting data, information from all these different airports and really combining that into basically a best practices or kind of learning from shared experiences. So one resource I definitely want to share with you, and this, even though this is within the aviation field, is something that we could all use. But whenever you get back to your desk or you're on your phone, the Airport Emergency Communication for DFAN, Disability Functional Needs. It was a report that was released back in about 2019, right before the pandemic. So some of the information may be a little bit dated, not accounting for, the life lessons we learned through COVID. But through this resource, it has a tremendous amount of checklists, inventories. So you really not really having to go to back to the drawing board when you do have an emergency, when you do have an exercise. And you can certainly get in touch with me and I can email it to you or share some examples with you. And I'll give my email as we wrap up here. But these are resources that anybody can find, and you might have to register or sign up for it. But what we really learned is that we really need to be as diverse and as inclusive as possible. And we use the words diversity and inclusion quite a bit, but it really makes your exercise and your planning really go the long way. So interacting with nonprofits, disability advocacy groups, Other groups that may have that they may have cutoffs for special needs, interacting with folks in the community, bringing them in and really asking them, hey, if you were in an emergency, if you were unfortunately in an emergency, what will you need to have? What will you need what will you need for communication? Interpreters, guides, what have you. And so really learning a tremendous amount from the people that are in the community. And quite frankly, a lot of these people fly more than I do. So they obviously have a lot more perspective and know what works for their disability or may not work. One great example that I had, and Chris mentioned the Coyote Cooperative, interacting with some of the connections I made through them, I realized that translation is really going to be important. But we may only think of Spanish translation, for example, or sign language. But we really maybe need to expand our efforts to incorporate CART, which is in essence kind of closed captioning, as you kind of see here, real time, where a person can visualize that. So it's really important to interact with the people, especially if you're having an exercise or you have some sort of test, not only bringing people with a diversity of different disabilities, but also asking them what's the best way and most effective way to communicate with that. And you may get different responses, and you might have to look at your resources and really kind of drill down what specifically you need. So just knowing what your population needs will really go a long way. And the other hat that I wear for the airport is also the Title VI coordinator, which basically states that if you receive federal funding, you cannot discriminate against passengers, visitors, and employees. And that really emphasizes inclusion. So although we're talking about special needs and disability, making sure that your plans can be communicated in different languages, that you do have those Spanish interpreters there, that you do have multiple ways to communicate. I always incorporate the idea of the rule of threes. If you have a message that's very important to convey to your passengers, you need to be conveying it in multiple different ways. Verbal, written, and then also if it's a sign where there's enough contrast, where it's visible. So making sure that those messages go out multiple different ways, multiple different times, really goes a long way. And especially for somebody who's like me, on their phone, not really paying attention, it really goes a long way for people that who do not have disabilities or may not be paying attention. So I think we just have a couple minutes, and I do want to leave some time for questions for Chris and myself. So I'll yield to the floor, as they say.
One thing I just wanted to mention too is I mentioned there's about 120,000 people that come through Sky Harbor every day. In that amount, we have a huge population that are elderly. We've got functional needs. We've got children. We've got folks with other disabilities. So what we're talking about is things that we practice every day and that we work with every day. Some days it's easier than others, and some days we're able to do it ourselves. Some days we may need to get assistance, but we typically work with those in need quite frequently at the airport. So.
Any questions?
So when the propane tanks were exploding, did you guys have to enact an emergency plan, or kind of how did you deal with?
That's a good question. So as a matter of fact, you would think we did, but we did not have to. We the fire folks were awesome that were on scene. They were relaying information to our team at Sky Harbor, and basically giving us a play-by-play. The flights were not hindered by the smoke or anything, which would have been a major issue. If the wind was blowing differently that day, we would have had to shut down the airport, or at least one of the runways, and then we would have had to, figure out kind of the next step as far as where we're going to divert the flights to, that sort of thing. We were ready to do it. We had a virtual emergency operations center activated just in case, but luckily, because of the partnerships, again, we were getting information real time and very regularly. It all worked out really well.
It helped that the wind was blowing north too, I think. Yeah.
But you weren't the ones controlling that, I hope.
No, not.
Any other questions? We've come up on our time here, and I just have to say, I can't think of too many businesses, locations in this world that are affected by things that happen thousands of miles away. And often airports will get a bad rap because of, situations that are happening in other parts of the country or the world. So I just want everybody to remember, we have the friendliest airport in the world at Sky Harbor. And we want to make sure that, we realize there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes for that. So thank you both so much.
And I spoke about giving out my number. It's 602-291-3711. Again, 602-291-3711. Thank you.
And Ira, thank you so much. I realized after I stepped off before that I neglected to introduce you as part of this. I was pinch hitting, and obviously I fouled 2 off, and then got hit by a pitch in the head. This is fascinating when you think about all the different things that come into our lives. Now, the next presenters, Michelle Seitz, who is the first emergency manager for the city of Tempe. I believe she is the first. I met, not quite a year ago. And when we were talking about this conference, I was really encouraging her to get involved. And I was so excited when I found out that she was also going to be bringing Assistant Chief Andrea Glass to discuss the regional approach to mass casualty incidents, MCI. At Copa, we have a rule, no acronyms. So I had to say mass casualty incidents, response, victim tracking, and reunification. Reunification for vulnerable populations, children, people with intellectual developmental disabilities, others, is so important. So I'm so excited. Michelle and Assistant Chief Glass.
Hello. Where are we at? Oh, thank you. Oh, perfect. Hello, everybody. Thank you. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present on Mass Casualty Tracking Reunification Arizona Collaborative. We'll get our PowerPoint up here in a sec. Do we have one? Okay, here it comes. Do you want control? Yes, I will take control. Thank you. Okay, so this is the regional approach to mass casualty tracking and reunification, victim tracking and reunification, actually. We started MCTRAC about a year ago. You can say MC track, you can say MIC track, potato, doesn't matter whichever way you say it. It started with both Chief Glass and I, and now it has reached to about over 90 agencies helping us in this process and building this program with us. So we're happy to share it with you. Okay, the need. I'm going to go through these. We don't have to go too far to see the need every day. We see this in the news. We see this happening across the nation. We also see what it does to our healthcare workers and to our first responders every day. We know we don't have to wait for it to happen in our neck of the woods to do something about it and to pre-plan for it. And so that's what this is all about. How can we pre-plan for this? How can we be ready in case this were to happen to us? Why do we want to do this? We want to do this because saving a life, next to creating a life, saving a life, is the best thing we can do. We want our first responders to be able to go out there and do what they do best and save lives should something like this occur in our region. What we've done is we have taken a look at our resources collaboratively, and we have looked at them and made sure that we get the right people at the table so that we can talk through this, so that we can learn from the experiences they have every day responding in the field, and we get the right people at the right time in the right places. So where did we start? Well, We actually started, we were partnering with Chris, who just spoke at Sky Harbor Airport, and Coyote Crisis. We held a targeted event readiness forum last June. And what that was about is a jetliner crashing into Tempe Town Lake on its way to Sky Harbor. We've always thought about that. I know that our first responders, law enforcement, fire, EMS, I kind of went around being their first emergency manager, kind of walked around and said, so what keeps you up at night? What do you guys want to do? You know, we could do exercises, we can start talking about what we need to prepare ourselves. What scares you the most? And that was one of the things. How do we communicate with the airport? How do we communicate, period, when something like that happens? What does it look like? How do we respond to that many potential fatalities and injuries? And what would that do to our city? So we started discussing this, and we had 125 people there from local, regional, state, and we even had national partners that came that day. It was a whole day-long conference, talking that scenario over about what we could do and what that would look like. 32 items came up for consideration, and out of those, 10 served as the catalyst that made this why we're here today happen. It was the fact that we had gaps that we needed to look at. We needed response for regional mass casualty. We knew it. We knew it was a gap. We knew we needed to work together, and we thought, well, let's put our heads down and do this. So these are the agencies we brought to the table. I'm going to click through here. Hopefully I won't go past it. Let's see. Now, we always talk about this in emergency management, getting the right people to the table, but I can one-up that. What we're doing is getting the right people to the table, but the people, not just from the agency, but the people that are actually responding in the field right now. The people that know what's happening out there. They know the resources they have. They know the response timeline. They know what they need out there and what would happen. If this were to occur tomorrow, they would know how this would go just by simply, we would all know, by the way they respond to smaller incidents every single day. What resources do they have out there? Who comes to assist them? What's their response timeline? What's their staffing right now? We need to keep on all of that so that we know if this were to happen, what it would look like. So we needed to start a discussion. That targeted event readiness forum that I talked about is not a tabletop exercise. It's simply a discussion. The people around the table at a turf, you can call it turf, they have surfs too. They really do have turfs and surfs. The people around the table are people that actually are responding every day. The facilitator of a turf is somebody that they trust that responds with them every day. And we don't look at plans in a turf. We don't want to look at plans, because what happens is sometimes when you have tabletop exercises, I'm not saying this happens all the time, but it happens, I think, the majority of the time, is we have people that come from the agency and they sit with their plans and they look at their plans, and it comes to their time to talk and they read their plans off and say, we would do this. And that was probably written by somebody else in an office maybe 2-3 years ago, and it was up on a shelf. They dusted it off and they just read it, and they're like, okay, I'm good. I didn't make a fool out of myself. I said what I needed to say, and we're good to go. And kind of everybody does that throughout a tabletop. Unfortunately, that's what happens a lot. When we don't look at plans, and we have the people there that really need to be there, that respond every day, then we have a conversation. And we have a realistic timeline. We can realistically look at what would actually happen. When somebody says they can respond in an hour, can they really respond in an hour? Because we really need to know that, because we're going to have to plan accordingly. So realistically, we need to know what will really happen. It also takes the assumption out of our planning. We need to take those assumptions out. We need to know what will realistically happen. And it kind of leaves the egos at the door too, because everybody just feels safe. It's a safe environment. You can have candid conversations. We're calling that reality planning. It's like reality TV, but it's reality planning for emergency management, because it is realistic. It's what's happening today. It's what will actually happen out in the field. And this is our progress. What we've done is we've been very strategic and very purposeful in the development of this. We have brought everybody on board, all of our agencies, and we have built this from the ground up. The people around the table that respond every day built this from the ground up. So that's actually what's happening out there. It's the best way we can respond. We know what's really going to happen. And what we've done is we've brought them in individually, every part. So we have over 90 agencies, different fire agencies and law enforcement, EMS, Red Cross we brought in. We have many agencies, hospitals. Brought them in and just talked to them individually and asked what their concerns were in response to a mass casualty incident, so we could understand them. We talked about our concept, and we had them kick holes in it and kick it around and let us know if they see any issues with it. And we really listened, and that's what we've been doing this whole time, is listening to each other. This is like a preparedness, an emergency management cycle, kind of, this is, where you plan, you test it, you exercise it, and then you go back and you develop your after action. But this is a little tougher. We want to kick it around, and we want our plan never to be final. So this will never be signed off on, signed off on and stuck in a shelf somewhere. Because we feel that when that happens, we kind of forget about it. We want to continually look at this plan, continually exercise, stay together. I tell everyone this is Hotel California, that once they're in, they're not getting out. And that's the way we've done it. We've brought everyone to the table and we're continually planning. We'll exercise together as a group, because when this happens, if this ever happens, we would have to respond together as a group. And so this will be dynamic and continually. They'll never have a final plan. And this is our framework. So our number one priority is life safety in our framework. What happens, and what has happened in the past, is we have fire and EMS and law enforcement, our first responders go out there, and we've seen it time and time again, especially like a violent event, such as like an active shooter, something like that. We see people fleeing the scene. We see them going into trucks and cars and Ubers and going to the hospital as quickly as they can. And yet we send our EMS out there, our first responders out there, with a password and a badge or a tag to put on a patient. And it's not realistic and it's not feasible to do something like that. We need to allow them to do what they do best and respond and save lives, and to do what they need to do to save as many lives as they can. So we need to give them that priority. So that is our number one priority. We capitalize on the use of existing resources. So when we get together, a lot of times, we concentrate on our own agencies, on what we have a lack of. Oh, we have gaps in our agency for this. But when we just concentrate on that and we focus on our own gaps, we fail to see what others bring to the table. And so doing this, we've looked at, what does everybody else have? What can we use to fill that gap? What can somebody else bring to the table that could help us, instead of concentrating on what we have alone that isn't good enough or we have a gap in? We also rely on collaborative capabilities and not on a specific system. So we do have platforms here. We rely on all our partners to respond with us. We rely on all our partners to plan with us and to be with us throughout this whole process. And that's important. That's what's going to get us through a day like that. We need each other. We need each other in the field. And our priority, we provide additional resources and instead of giving extra tasks, sorry, I'm used to seeing this in front of me. So we're providing additional resources. So we're not providing additional tasks for our EMS when they go out there, like to put a triage tag on or to look somebody up or try to track somebody when they're running and fleeing from an incident. We're actually giving them more resources so they can do that more efficiently and more effectively. And this can be scaled up or down, and it can be adapted to all different kinds of incidents. Now, initially when we planned this, we didn't plan this for that. We planned this for an active shooter, because we knew that was one of our priorities. We knew that that could happen because we have a lot of events, a lot of special events that happen around this area, especially now, fall's coming, we're going to have more and more events. And we know that's one of our priorities. So we started it around an active shooter. But when you do hear it today, we're going to tag team. So Chief Glass is going to give you more of the whole concept from beginning to end. When you hear it today, you'll see that you can pick and choose, kind of like an a la carte menu, what that hazard or incident could be, and you could scale it up or down. So that was kind of just a really happy accident, actually, that it turned out like that. And so we could use this for a lot of our responses for anything we can imagine. Wildfires, building collapses, things like that. Our basic principles. So we know that when we all get together, we get really excited and we think, oh, we could do this and we could do that, and then we could add this and we could do that. But if we did all that, it might not be feasible or cost effective for people. So we built some basic principles: simple, realistic, feasible, interoperable, and cost effective. Everything we've been planning, we put up against these basic principles. So everything in here had to be this, because we might have a lot more resources here in the city of Phoenix, in Maricopa County, but in a rural area, they don't have as many as we do. So we need to make sure that they could use it as well, that it could be cost effective enough and feasible for them to use it as well. So we put everything we planned up against these basic principles. We also know that these are unique considerations. When we have violent events, these are unique considerations. These are time sensitive. We need to get them to the hospital within an hour, the golden hour. We need to get them because they're bleeding out, potentially. We need to change the way we respond. When we see these injuries aren't like anything we've seen. A lot of times they're like combat injuries. And so they're different. And we need to make sure that when people are fleeing to the hospital, we need to allow them to flee to the hospital so they can get there. We'll get them there, but we need them to go to a hospital with someone with a knife that can fix them, that can help them, that can stop the bleed so that they can survive and we can increase survivability rates. These incidents a lot of times will spread across areas, and whether that's because people are fleeing because they're afraid of what's happening, or if there's a complex coordinated attack and there could be another shooting down the road or a bomb across the way. So that makes it a little different for us to respond. And there's a change in standards. So we need to allow our first responders to do whatever it is that they need to do on scene to increase the survivability of all the victims on scene. So what is the plan? I'm going to switch it over to Chief Glass and she'll describe the plan from beginning to end for you.
Thank you, Michelle. So the plan, where did the plan go? There we go. So the plan. So what we learned from the turf was that pre-alerts and early alert notification was critical in trying to get resources stood up. And with fire EMS or law enforcement, we get a tone and then we respond and then we can immediately start requesting additional resources and they come automatically. That's not the case with some of our other partners. So what we learned was that we needed to do a pre-alert that goes through our regional dispatch center. And this alert will go to the Office of the Medical Examiners, to the hospitals, and to all of the emergency managers. So there's a preset list that is combined, and it's set up with our regional dispatch center. And essentially it's saying, be on alert, we might have a large-scale incident or mass casualty. So essentially, don't get on that plane, don't go to dinner, whatever that might be. Just be alert because we might have something of large scale. Then once we get on scene, we will do an alert confirmation. So once we know the magnitude of the scene, then we will send a push message out, again, through the regional dispatch center, so either Phoenix or Mesa Alarm Room, to these groups, to the medical examiner, the hospitals, and the emergency manager. And essentially, that will let them know a rough idea of the magnitude of the scene, and that they need to start preparing all their resources. So an example for us would be Battalion 271's on scene. We have an active shooter that has been taken out. We have estimated 25 shooting victims. Hundreds are fleeing the scene. Prepare for a surge. Stand up all your resources. We also at this time can cancel the alert. So if there's no mass casualty associated with it, we just cancel the alert. You go back to business. This is a redundancy because right now the hospital systems have EM resource. So they have a messaging system through EM resource. So this is simply a redundancy to the hospital. But the emergency managers and the medical examiner's office were left out previously. And so this gets some of those resources going that are critical to be able to handle a mass casualty event. After that alert comes out, what will happen is the hospitals will start standing up their hospital command center. They'll start readying their resources, so calling in for additional doctors, anesthesiologists, trauma surgeons, nurses, anything like that. They'll get those resources called in. They'll start readying their logistics and supplies, so blood products or any bleeding control, airway type of devices, anything like that. They'll also start readying their facilities, so surgery suites, critical beds or critical assets that they might have, they can start to open up and they can start to stop any elective surgeries because they know there's going to be critical assets for these type of victims. At the same time, our medical examiner is going to start preparing for large-scale fatality management. And I'm going to just go through that. So essentially, they are going to prepare, again, for additional resources, so staffing levels. They are going to prepare for large-scale fatality management, transportation capability, storage capacity, and decedent identification. It takes a lot of time sometimes to identify these decedents or those who have passed away. And so understanding that and get that ball rolling as soon as possible is critical when it comes to this. What we didn't realize and what we had just assumed is you make that call and then they're just ready to go. We also didn't realize that summertime is peak season for the medical examiner's office, and they are almost at or are at max capacity the entire summer or during the summertime. So understanding this and having a better appreciation of what they actually have capacity-wise, what they have resources with staffing, and what their workload is already at, and then you add this on top of it is very important. The next thing that we're doing, and this is shame on us because we failed at this for quite some time, we're actually going to start using our emergency managers appropriately. And our emergency managers are a critical piece with this. So that emergency manager for the city that it occurred in is going to stand up the Emergency Operations Center. When they do that, it gets the ball rolling, and this is all while we're responding and taking care of what we need to. Once they stand up the Emergency Operations Center, they're going to activate a local reunification coordinator. So each city will designate a local reunification coordinator within their city and a backup. And then that person will be responsible for opening up a family reunification center. So the cities will start to plan out and map out multiple location sites that they can have within the city, pre-plan the area. And so that way, all of that work is done ahead of time. And depending on where the incident occurred, they will go to the closest area that's appropriate and open up that family reunification center. So that local coordinator will have a team of city department employees, so human services, community services, risk management, crisis teams if they have them, anything like that. They'll build their team internally, and then they will activate that local team to start opening up the reunification center. The emergency manager also is going to activate the Joint Information Center, or the JIC, and that will be so messaging can get out and pushed out to the community accurately and as soon as possible, because we know that's critical during a mass casualty as well. Then what will happen is the emergency manager will notify the duty supervisor with Maricopa County Department of Emergency Management, or MCDEM, and they will be able to help with some of the other services. One of the things that MCDEM will do is they will activate a deployable reunification team. So as part of this, we realize that we're not great at reunification. We don't do it often here in Arizona or ever. We don't train on it, we don't drill it. It is not a common thing for us. We're getting better on that, but it's not something that we practice regularly. And so what we did is we have a deployable team that's comprised of Red Cross, ACTIC, which is our local fusion center, which is Anti-Counterterrorism Intelligence Center, Crisis Response Team, Department of Child Services, and then representative from the Medical Examiner's Office. So those are the 5 core components of the deployable reunification team. Humane Society is also available to assist, and then our COAD and our VOAD partners are also available to assist depending on the magnitude. And so that becomes our deployable asset that will supplement the local reunification center with anything they may not be able to coordinate. And then the final thing is MCDEM will activate or will notify Maricopa County Public Health, who will activate the local call center. And then they can scale that up depending on the magnitude up to a national level with Red Cross if needed. And again, that's to take some pressure off our local law enforcement call centers and dispatch centers. So while all of that is going on in the background, we are responding to the incident with fire EMS assets. One of the things we talked about is we're going to differentiate between two types of incidents. We have an MCI-1 or an MCI-2. MCI-1 essentially is I have a lot of patients that are centrally located, and they are, let me get this up. They are centrally located. They're really waiting for us to help them. So this is more of your plane crash. This is more of your structural collapse, that type of incident where they're really all in a designated area and they're waiting for us. The other part about that is they're most likely going to be transported by ambulance through us. So what we did is we try to keep our practice as close to normal to what we do in our everyday operations. And so this is basically just what we would dispatch to get resources there. And then what we do is call for additional resources through greater alarms, and then we can add hazardous materials, technical rescue as needed. But it's very close to our common practice that we do day to day. Because when you have a mass casualty, you're overwhelmed right away. You revert back to the most basic training and functioning. So you have to keep it as close to that as possible. The MCI-2 is going to be more of our active threat, active shooter type of incident, where we feel like there's going to be more chances of people fleeing the scene immediately. And so that becomes our MCI-2. What we found with this is hospital surge with no or little notice is more likely. So we have concerns about that because they will get overwhelmed quickly. We also know that with these type of incidents, it's more likely that they go in their own vehicles or other means of transportation, Ubers, Lyfts, anything that they can find to get to the hospital. And we want them to. We want them to flee, get to the hospital as soon as possible because we can capture them there. Because what we changed with our deployment is we have the same base package that goes to the primary scene, but we're gonna send one of our advanced life support units to the 3 closest hospitals in perimeter to the incident. And we will be there to help with triaging and treating those patients. So we'll capture them there and we'll help support and supplement the hospitals with care. This was done in Las Vegas following the October 1 shooting. They have 5 units that they send to the closest hospitals. And so this is mirroring that practice, and you're gonna see this become more common practice, I believe. What we're also doing is we're treating the hospitals now as an extension of our primary scene, where we didn't do that before. So before we would treat, get them off the scene, and then we were done. That's not the reality. And so these are an extension of our scene. These now become sectors for us, and this is just more for fire, what we do, but they become a sector. And so now that first in company officer on that ALS unit is going to be a conduit to communicate between the hospital and to our unified command. So now we bridge the communication gap that we had between the two. If additional resources are needed, they can call for additional resources. If they're getting surged really bad, they can let them know, and if we can transport further out, let's get them further out so we can try to decompress the hospitals. And so this is a means for us to really help support our hospital systems in being able to treat these mass number of patients that we will see. The other thing is because all of the hospitals were alerted and got that text message, if there are victims that are going to other hospitals that are not in that 3 closest, they can call for additional resources. So they can call to the alarm room and say, we're getting surged, can you send a resource here? And then now they become another sector, and now they can call for additional resources, and we just branch out as needed. The other thing that we identified as a major gap was security. This one was a tough one as we were working through this process because law enforcement is going to be very stretched thin, and they are limited with staffing anyways, we all are. And so getting security to the hospitals and to the FRC is incredibly important because of family, media, or any other bad actors. The hospitals and FRCs become a soft secondary target. So if it's an active threat, active shooter, that becomes a potential for more harm and threat. And so how do we get security there? When we first asked law enforcement, they said, well, we can get there in about 5 to 6 hours. And we said, well, that's not gonna work. So we need to figure something else out. And that's what we did. We partnered with Department of Public Safety, DPS, and they will release their assets immediately if we request it through either a unified command or through our emergency manager. And DPS will go to the hospital and assist with perimeter security and traffic. They will also do that at the FRC. And so they will partner with us. If it goes beyond 12 hours, 12 to 24, then we have to do a formal declaration that will go from the local, county to the state level, and then they can release those assets. But this fills that gap. The other thing that we saw with law enforcement, they've been teasing fire for years about staging. They even make shirts up about it, about staging and waiting for police to make it secure to get into a scene. Well, they're now seeing the benefit with staging. And so they are now having staging officers. So as a lot of resources come in, they will have a staging officer that they go to, and if they need them at the scene, they send them in. If not, they can redeploy them over to a hospital or to a FRC. And so we're starting to use our resources more efficiently and more effectively. And then we get into the platform. I'm going to do a shameless plug because I have the opportunity here. But the gentleman who helped create this platform is right over here with Honor Health, Corey. So this is the exciting part for us, is creating a victim tracking platform, a family tracking platform that we can actually enter into the system. And so we identified that we would have a photo identification coordinator, or a PIC position, because Michelle loves her acronyms, as does every emergency manager. And so we have the PIC position. And this is a HIPAA compliant cloud-based product. It's a push-up only product, or at least for this side. And basically, under Health and Human Services Mass Care, we can use photos for victim reunification. And so we fall under that. So we made sure that legally that we can do all of these type of behaviors. So we created a platform to be able to track and enter in our victims. And what it looks like is very simplistic, but essentially it's with a QR code or a link. And we would go in and we would say, I'm with Fire EMS, I'm with Tempe Fire, so it has all the different fire departments in there. We can preset the different large-scale special events, or just have it as MCI 1, 2, 3, or 4. So if we have several events going on, we can differentiate. And then we identify which hospital we're staged at. After that, it goes and it takes a picture. That first page that we just re-entered will auto-populate. So that saves us some time as we're entering mass numbers of victims into the platform. So basically we do the triage level. We ask for gender, estimated age, estimated height, estimated weight, hair color, eye color, and identifying features. So if they have scars, if they have tattoos, if they have glasses, if they have special needs equipment with them, if they have any of that stuff, then we can put that into the system or document it. If they have tattoos, it'll do a photo icon or a camera icon, and we can take a picture of the tattoo as well. So if they have any disfigurement to the face, then we can have the tattoo as a possible way to identify them. And then we take a picture of their ID if they have that. Now we get a question all the time, is can you scan it and does it auto-populate that information in? We're not there yet. It's on our radar. We're trying. But that is something that we identified that we want to move to help get that information in. Then once we hit new victim, auto-populates the first. Now I'm ready to take the picture and get the next person in. Family members will never see these pictures. So these are solely for victim reunification, and these are only the victim coordinating unit will actually have access to these pictures, and it'll be used solely for reunification. So I want to make sure we're clear about that, because we don't need to traumatize families any more than they already are. So they will never see those pictures. Login password protected on the back end. So be able to access it, login and password. Then what we do, and this was something that we talked about, is what you see with a mass casualty is families walking around with pictures of their loved one saying, have you seen? So we said, why don't we use that to our benefit? So we'll send a QR code out through media or social media, and that QR code will be so families can enter in information about their loved one. So we'll send that out, they'll put their name in, or the family member's name that they're looking for, their date of birth, their gender. They will do their height, estimated weight, hair color, eye color, and then identifying features. So you can see we're doing the same characteristics that we had with the other platform. And so as they enter in that information, we're hoping that some of the result is that they don't feel helpless, that they actually are helping us to find their loved one, and they're not just sitting there helpless. Once they put that information in and upload a picture, after that, they will enter in their own information, their contact information, so their name, their phone number, their email, because we will send an email confirmation. So if they're unable to screenshot, if they're unable to write down the confirmation code, it will be emailed to them. And then how they're related to them and if they're legally related. So we have that information associated with the platform. Once that comes in, then we get a confirmation code. So we'll never call up and say, I found Johnny. We'll say, do you have the confirmation code for the person you entered into the system? Because we really want to make sure we have it right before we reunify them with their loved one. We also can put in the location of the FRC prior to sending this out. If we can do that switch or that quick addition, we can put that information in. So when they get that confirmation, they know where to go. So the back end of the platform, I'm actually going to go to the next slide on this one. So on the back end, very simplistic. It is Excel spreadsheets that we can filter through. And so what we did is we wanted something that you can do just-in-time training. We don't want something that's so complex that you have a 40-hour training that you did 5 years ago, and then when you go to use it, you can't remember how to use it. We need something that's simplistic that you can use on the fly, and you can have just-in-time training. So what we have on this, victim tracking side's the one that I would enter in at the hospital with Fire EMS. We have a status tab that will say researching, submitted for review, and then reunited. And if it's blank, then it means that person still needs to be worked on. We have a space next to that, which is our family reference number. So when we have a match, we would take the number from below and we would fill that into that top area so that we have 2 numbers in there if we think that we've found the match so that they can confirm and look at it with fresh eyes. Once we have a match, we can scroll over and we would identify where that person was located at, so which hospital they were transported to. The beauty of this is that we can then filter. So it already has it designated with males, females, under 20. So I can already go and just separate out and say, I want to start with all males. Then I can go, I want all males, brown hair, blue eyes. So you work with a team of 2, they filter down, and then they start matching up the photos. So that's where we're at now. The other thing that we can do is we can share an EOC view. So this can be a view that can be shared with city leadership because we are not giving away any protected information. It's rough numbers and the level of triage that we have at the hospitals. We can separate out and filter it out so that we just have hospital A and show how many of those severity of each trauma is, or we can do a total view of it and show how many total are at our hospitals and the severity of it. So this can be shared with your city leadership, your EOC. This also can be shared with the medical examiner's office. So as I said before, they're very lean, storage capacity is rough, transportation. So they can look at how many fatalities at each hospital and identify what resources they're going to need to send to which respective hospital to assist with decedent identification. So they can already know where they're going to have to coordinate their efforts. They also can work with that hospital for temporary storage. So they can work together to make sure they're taking care of the family members appropriately or the victims appropriately. So we did proof of concept back in January of this year. We started with the pre-alert. 10 minutes later, we did the confirmation alert. So we pushed that messaging out to test that system. We chose 10 minutes because typically active shooters will take themselves out or be taken out within 10 minutes. That's the standard time, and it ranges. We tested all components of the system, start to finish. So we tested the platform, we tested the family tracking platform. So all we did was give a QR code to family or to the volunteers and said, have at it. We didn't give them any instruction. Here's a QR code, fill this out as if you were a family member and see how easy it was for them to fill out with 0 instructions. And then we had the victim tracking side and then the reunification side. So what we found when we did this is that Phoenix Children's was actually able to release or activate 40 anesthesiologists, open up 27 surgery suites in 45 minutes, which is pretty phenomenal. There was a bed count stipulation when we found this, and that was during that time. That week, the bed count was significantly less than a week prior. During this time, it was the trifecta of influenza, COVID, and RSV. So the bed count was significantly less. So as we test, we want to get more of a median average or idea of what it has on the facilities. Then what we did is we did the pick position training. We did just-in-time training. We picked 2 firefighters and we trained them with the QR code, said, here's how you use it, start entering the victims. Then what happened, which was pretty awesome, is they started training each other. So they started pulling out their phones, scanned in the QR code, and they instantly started training each other. And then what you saw is you'd have them separate and say, you take those 5, you take those 10, you take those 4. And then they started entering in the system and working together. And they didn't break it. So they didn't break it, and they trained on the fly. So we call it firefighter friendly, which is pretty awesome. And the other part is we train cops to do it, and they didn't break it either. So it's cop and firefighter friendly. So that's a win in itself. Then what we did with it is we did the reunification side. So we came back and had 10 teams of 2 trained up with very, very basic training on how to log in and then how to use the filters to filter down. So they would pair up in teams of 2. One was on the victim side, one was on the family side, and then they filtered down. And they were able to match up 48 of the 99 victims within an hour. And this is with very crude training. 26 of those were accurate, 8 were not. One of them was way off, and I questioned if they were drinking that afternoon. I'm just kidding, they were not. I was. I'm kidding. So anyways, they were inaccurate, but 14 we couldn't verify because of a process problem. So what we ended up doing is we had those 2 columns that I was telling you about with reference numbers. We have moved them all the way to the far right side, and it was something where we thought it would be distracting. Well, it was, to the point where they forgot it. It was out of sight, out of mind. And so we did a process problem that we created. And so we moved them back over, and then we also created a status tab so that we can identify and not duplicate efforts. So that's what we found out, and we made big improvements to it based on that testing. So from this, we just continue to develop platforms. And poor Corey, he's like, enough already. But we come up with these ideas because we sit there and go, well, we could do this, and this can make it better. So we created a family reunification center registration platform. So this is families who come into the FRC. How are we doing with time? Okay. Oh, well, thank you. No. Yeah. Okay. Come on. Do you want to come up here? We can. Okay, my apologies. Okay, you're my timer. Okay, thank you. So, Family Reunification Registration Platform. This is for the people who are at our Family Reunification Center. And one of the things is we wanted to know, how can we take care of you while we're at the center? You're already having a traumatic experience, but what are some of the needs that you have? So with this, we get information about them. We get information about their family that are with them. If they have any childcare needs, if they have any victim assistance needs, like mental health, spiritual, religious, that we can help with. And then we also ask any access disability access or functional needs that we can have in there. So we make sure that we're taking care of them appropriately. On the back end of the platform, we also identify if they've been reunited with their loved one, and if that loved one was alive or deceased. If they're deceased, it's a 1-to-1 ratio that we need to take care of them, versus if they found their loved one who's alive. And so we're able to take that information, we can download it, and we can give it to the Family Assistance Center. So when we transition for longer term recovery, we have that information, and we can be more proactive in trying to get them resources a month out, 2 months out, 6 months out. And so it helps with that longer term recovery and taking care of our community better. We also developed a law enforcement platform. So this one, we sat there and I thought, okay, what do we do with all these people who are around the scene, who witnessed it? You want to get the fresh witness account, but they want to go. They don't want to be there anymore. And so how is it that we can actually get that fresh perspective and not have them start talking to each other and messing the story up? So what we did is we said, well, let's make a platform, Corey. And so we created this, and it's very simplistic again. Name, phone number, email. Take a picture of their license, take a picture of them, and then were you hurt, yes or no? Was anybody near you hurt, yes or no? Do you need victim assistance services, yes or no? And then there's a record button, and that record button says, essentially, tell us what you saw, what major things stood out, and give us your eyewitness account so we can record it. Then what's nice about it is on the back end, we can prioritize it and say it's high, medium, low priority, or it's a key witness, tertiary witness. So the investigative team on the back end can go in and start to prioritize and essentially triage it, and they can start to assign out to their respective partners
for the follow-up interview investigation. The other nice thing about this is it can all be downloaded. So if you have FBI, ATF, or other agencies that come into play, this information and all the eyewitness accounts that are first taken can be then given over to those teams for investigative purposes. Lastly, we've got an evacuee registration platform. And so this is one that we created in looking at some of the things, and this was our conversations with Red Cross and our partners there, and really identifying what can we do when it's an evacuation, but they don't go to the hospital. How do you take care of them? So the evacuee registration platform, it's more broad in who fills it out. So it could be fire, law enforcement, NTSB, FEMA, any of those partners. And then we took the FEMA list of the different events, so wildfire, tornado, hurricane, earthquake, those, and then we also added in explosions, collapse, transportation accident, hazardous chemical release, and then other. And then underneath that actually has a list for the name of the incident. So if there's multiple wildfires or if there's other problems, multiple events going on, we can designate which one we're working on with that evacuation center. Then after that, it's very similar to what we have with the family registration platform. So a lot of that information, but longer term, do you have financial needs, clothing needs, shelter needs, transportation needs, animal care needs? Do you have large stock animal that you had to leave behind that we need to go help take care of, or just your normal pets? So we have that added in and the location of them. And then do you have anybody missing, any family members that are still missing? So they can enter that information in and then add a picture if they have that with them. And so that's the evacuee platform. Based on what we saw in Maui, we are going to be improving this platform. So looking at real-time events around the world and around the country will help us improve these platforms too with after actions and just lessons learned. But seeing how evacuation occurred there, adding in photos to the actual names of each evacuee that we find, we can do. And then we can have the family tracking side still and do the same thing that we would do with the victims that go to the hospitals and those that families are looking for, filter down and try to find them and match them up. So this will get improved based on what we're seeing real time. So looking at long-term recovery, this is some of the things that we look at, and until now, it's been us and our assets, our deployable assets that we use to stabilize an incident. But then looking at the long-term recovery, the community stabilization deployable assets, we've got our partners on the left-hand side that would be assisting with that. That first bullet point on the capabilities is going to be on us, the Family Reunification Center, so they'll help supplement and support us. And then as it transitions to a Family Assistance Center, that will then go to those partners who will take that over and assist for the longer term recovery. Getting the Resiliency Center, getting restoration of services, infrastructure, housing, and then also helping with the health and social services on the long term. So these are some of the things that they'll be assisting with. So then future considerations. So all of this work has been done over the last year. It's been a tremendous effort by a huge collaborative that have come together to make this happen, but we still have a lot of work to go. So this is the foundation, and we've got some work to do. One of the things that we talk about is the rural considerations. So we have a very robust system with fire, EMS, law enforcement, and the hospitals here. If you're not aware, we have 12 hospitals that are level 1 trauma centers, all within an hour drive around the valley. That's a lot. That's not what they have in Prescott. They don't have a level 1. I think they have a level 3 is what they have. Level 4, thank you. So level 4. So level 1 facility for trauma is not available everywhere, and we've got 12. So that consideration, and how can we take this core foundation and then apply it to our more rural areas? So there's 4 components that we can have. The early alert, you can still do. The platform, you can still do. The local reunification coordinator, you can still do, and the deployable asset, you can still do. And then you start to look at what are your hazards, what are your resources, what's your fire, EMS, law enforcement, and hospitals, and how can we fill that gap? What are the partnerships? What are the mutual aid compacts that need to occur in order to make the response better in that area? And that's what we'll work towards. Forensics and Crime Lab. So this also came from talks and looking at what happens around the country. So Surfside Collapse brought this one about. So Surfside Collapse was in Florida. And how do you identify and how do you use resources? Because medical examiner's office is limited. So how can we partner crime labs and make sure that we are able to use resources between each other? And how can we do that appropriately? So sharing resources with forensic crime labs around the valley and then expanding that statewide. School districts, so having the partnerships with our school districts and being in lockstep and understanding what we're going to do with response to schools and trying to reduce the impacts of the Uvalde effect that we're seeing from what happened in Texas and easing the cares and concerns that we have with our parents. So how do we build that partnership? How do we build that trust again with the parents so that they're comfortable sending their kids to school? This probably is the one that I'm most excited about getting solidified at some point, and this is facial authentication software. So integrating facial authentication software into the back end of the platform. So anytime a new photo is added in on either side, it will scan, and if there's a match in the system, then it will pop within about 2 to 5 seconds. That will decrease time significantly, make this a much more efficient process, and then we can focus on getting the family members reunited to their loved ones. So the thing that's been hindering this is cost. And as we've said, basic principle, making it cost effective. So finding a way that we can do this and still keep it cost effective is going to be the solution. And then finally, looking at our civilian military partnerships and making sure that we understand what resources are available, the magnitude that we might have, and then what the process is to get those resources going and the appropriate timeframes. So building that partnership and keeping that partnership growing with our civilian military folks. So these are some of the subcommittees, or these are the active subcommittees. When we first started this, we had a lot more subcommittees working on this process, but these are the ones that we have right now that are current and active and working towards this. And actually, we have an additional one, which is air operations, and that will assist with getting resources to more rural areas, supplies, subject matter experts that we might get to more rural areas to help stabilize an incident until we can get them down to the valley to a level 1 trauma center. As Michelle said, when this started, it started with the two of us with a crazy idea and a concept, and then we slowly started bringing our partners in, starting with McDem and DEMA, and then we brought our hospital partners in. And then now we're at over 90 agencies, so this is not a comprehensive list, but we're at about 90 agencies now that are working together around the valley to support each other and to be able to respond to these type of incidents. So it's a lot of information. I'm sorry, because that's a lot of information to digest. But it's a testament to all the work that's been done in the Valley. It really is an amazing process and program that we've seen created, and I'm just going to be more proud of the work of everybody. So I think we have 5 minutes. We try to limit the amount of time for questions. No, I'm just kidding.
I have a statement. Just for everyone in the audience, a year to do all of this is insane. And these women have accomplished so much. And so I truly want you to give them a round of applause. And they've also been given an award for this. And so I hope that someday we see this as a national best practice. And you guys are one of the first groups. I mean, they've been giving this presentation, but you're one of the first groups to truly see this full circle. It's been a work in progress over the last year. And as an emergency manager and someone that is responsible for an entire city, this is a gap that we didn't have. And this is something that it's not if it's going to happen. It's now when. When is that mass casualty incident going to happen? And I can't do this alone. And so I'm so grateful for these two and all of the work and the partnerships. And I just hope you know what you just heard in this last hour is a tremendous amount of work. Good.
Great job. I really love the technology solutions you've come up with. I have a question. I was wondering what effort is being made to harness the considerable capabilities of smaller nonprofits and also community members with specific skills that can be called on to flex your capability. I was a volunteer grief counselor at the Veterans Coliseum during Hurricane Katrina, and the victims there complained about the major human nonprofit and animal nonprofit as being very ineffective in their response. So I'd like to help if I could.
You're on board. We'll get with you afterwards. Honestly, when it comes to that's part of what we try to do is just continue to expand. And that's how we've gotten to the point where we are, is that when people hear the presentation or when we start the communication, they're like, how can I help? And that's been, I think, the most phenomenal part is how can I help and what can I do to be a part of this? Because that's what it's going to take. It's going to take a whole community coming together. And that's why we said it has to be a regional approach, because if we can pull our community together to help with this, that's how we're going to make a difference. So knowing what those connections are, knowing the groups, and then just continuing to build out. And that's what we're trying to do, is how do we make us more resilient by having those connections and partnerships. So you're on board, Hotel California, you're not getting out. Other questions?
Well, we are coming up against the end, and I know,
Thank you.
Assistant Chief, and it's one of those things where you mention it quickly, and I just want like a 10-second question, but how closely do you monitor situations like Hawaii? And, we're coming up on the 6th anniversary of the shooting in Las Vegas. And how do you communicate with other large metropolitan areas what you're doing? Because Michelle's right. I met Michelle the first week she was here. Somebody said, hey, you got to meet this person. And I'm just so amazed about what you've done. But how closely do you monitor that?
All the time. I think that's a part of anything that we do. I mean, in fire EMS and then in emergency management, and having the ability to have both in the division is you're always scanning what's going on around the country, around the world, to see how you can improve your own systems and how you can be better or learn from somebody else's, because we shouldn't wait till something occurs here before we actually respond. So we should be building it now, and then when it responds, hopefully we do that much better. And it's not going to be perfect, I promise you that. But we can be better prepared and more resilient. And so that's part of it, is really scanning what's going on around the country, around the world, because it's not just here too. It's really to see what we can learn from those lessons and then build into it from that. So that's a component. So it's constant.
Yeah, I would have to say, I always think those things are tragedies, right? We see them every day almost, it seems, right? We're always seeing them in the news. But I always think that if we don't take whatever we get from that, those lessons learned from that, and we don't turn it around and do something positive with it so that we're prepared, then it's even worse, right? It's even a worse tragedy. I feel like that's our responsibility in our occupations. So
Wonderful.
And then the other part you asked about with sharing with other communities, other places is, really what we've been trying hard to do is get it situated Maricopa County first and then spread it out to the rest of the state. But we are talking with various partners. So we are presenting in different places. We are going to be presenting at the International Association of Emergency Managers in November, and hopefully having these conversations with various people there. Same with our Western Fire Chief Association. So we're trying to expand out. We want to be mindful of it, because we don't want people to go, well, can we have it? And we need to take care of, we're trying to take care of Arizona first, so that then we can expand out beyond that, and hopefully we'll be able to.
Get it right, then get it out there.
Yeah.
So I want one of you to draw a ticket. This is the last dozen of the Copa cookies that were given away today.
Go.
The number is 626-109. 109. There we go. Yay. Well, thank you both.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Check that number.
You can keep it. I trust it. Okay, so we have had what I believe is our most successful conference to date. This is the 10th conference for emergency preparedness that we have hosted. We went through a brief history of it this morning. And this one, State of Emergency, State of Mind, what we're really talking about is how people's mindsets are while an emergency is happening and after an emergency. And we're looking specifically at not just the people who are first responders and the caregivers, and the vulnerable populations that we're talking about, but also families and the community as a whole as they're going through this. So what I want to do now is I want to bring up for our last panel, which is entitled State of Emergency, State of Mind, the Copa Health CEO, Dr. Sharna Jaffe-Piper. And I'm being told they have to sit in a specific order because of how they have it on the technology. Executive Director of Fellowship Square and also a Copa Health board member, Mr. John Scott Williams.
I think Shar stepped up in just a second.
She's right behind you.
And then from the Arizona Healthcare Association, Kristen Dobson. And Kristen got here early. I was so happy about that. And then finally, a good friend of mine, somebody that I've known for 24 years, emergency management consultant, and a person who was the head of the Homeland Security Department for the city of Mesa, Gil Damiani. Welcome.
Let's welcome our panel.
So, we're just going to go and ask some questions, and not all of you will have the same question, but I'm going to try to make sure that we cover areas that I think are pertinent to the populations that you serve. I know the populations that Copa Health serves. Obviously, I know the populations that Fellowship Square serves. But Shar, the first question is for you. And one of the things that we really tried to do this year is to get away a little bit from the COVID-19 conferences we were having. We had planning for a pandemic. Dennis Dene was part of that. That was even before COVID. And then we had 2 or 3 of them that specifically dealt with COVID. So we're getting away from that. That being said, my question is, what lessons during COVID, during COVID-19, that we learned that you may be able to apply to other situations, small or large emergent situations with the populations that we serve?
I knew he'd pick me first, by the way. Typically does. But so before I dive into lessons learned from the pandemic, I do want to give a shout out to the Copa Health staff. It's wonderful to see everybody out. We certainly have had some iterations within this conference. This is the 10th year. Very exciting to be here. Apologize I couldn't open up the conference today, but happy to join you all. And we certainly have had a lot of lessons learned from the pandemic. One of which was just, let's just start on a positive note because this is all about mental health and the state of mind you're in during an emergency, which was to have a leap of faith. So in the beginning of the distress during the pandemic, it was really important for us to demonstrate resiliency and not fold under distressing times. And so here we are almost 3 years later, still having conversations around the ways in which we were able to approach that particular pandemic and ways in which we came together as a team. For us, it took leadership, really coming together, making sure that you're unified in your approach and your messaging, making sure that anyone that follows you, if you're a leader in any one of your institutions, them understanding that you have their back and vice versa, really making sure that they understand that during the tough times, you're not going to fold, you're not going to walk away, you're not going to do any reductions or furloughs, which were some of the conversations that were had. Fast forward to 2023, I think from a workforce development perspective at COPA, we're still having some challenges. And so getting very creative and innovative, which is another lesson learned, I think, during the pandemic that I wanted to highlight. It's important for us to be creative and not lose that spark or that innovation or that creativity during times of stress. So really coming together, making sure that there's a trusting environment, there's a psychologically safe space to be able to brainstorm, figure out creative ways in which to solve problems, I think certainly lent to our success during that time and still does to today. So.
Yeah, I actually was a big part of that. And the interesting thing is, it's hard to make other people feel safe, the members that we serve, if you're not feeling safe yourself. And I think that was a great message that we got out there at the beginning of the pandemic. So the next question, and this could go to all of you, but I'm going to start with John Scott. Many situations that we've talked about have to do with sort of a universal situation. Either it's a large scale pandemic like COVID, or it might be a mass shooting like they had up in Las Vegas 6 years ago, or the fires in Hawaii. But a lot of times, John Scott, you're dealing with tragedies that might be affecting a certain individual and the families that are around them. And my question is this: what kind of lessons can we take to apply to those individual situations when others may not be feeling the same stress that a family member might because a loved one's in a hard situation?
You have to think about that. On our campus, we have a email that goes on a regular basis that concerns what's happening on the campus. I'm the executive director. I'm supposed to know everything that happens. I don't. But without the email, I don't know if a person at the front desk, their mother or father just died, or if they're in and they're celebrating their 100th birthday. You can kind of tell, but you don't know. So communication, I've heard this today many times, is you have to communicate. Every day I get messages that tell me and tell my key staff who's here. We have a term, if someone dies, that they've gone to victory. And that lets us know to be appropriate in those people's presence. A lot of people will come in who are visiting who we don't know. These are family of the person who may have passed on. I don't know who that person is. So when they come in, I have to greet them in a way that allows them, if it is someone they're grieving for, that my appearance to them isn't disappropriate, because they assume I already know that mom died. Okay, so being sympathetic and being empathetic, but you have to do that with communication, and you got to let the right people know. So we do that on a regular basis.
You know, I love the answer there, and I have to tell you, John Scott is an innovator. I've known a lot of the things that he's implemented out of Fellowship Square, and he is an innovator. But I remember during COVID, him telling me about the stress that was felt because family members could not be in person with each other. And I think some of the things that you did just were a great solution, and I'm hoping that they just continue forward in individual situations. So Kristen, I got to make sure that Gil hands you the microphone. So, you know, thanks, Gil. You know, the Arizona Healthcare Association, mental health. I imagine that it's like every place else. It's becoming such a, an important subject that we're trying to address. But what do you see as far as being able to support the groups that you work with, the individuals that you work with, to promote a better, real mental health effort?
I think that speaks on a lot what that was said today, personal preparedness. You can't take care and provide quality care to the residents if you aren't in a mental state of mind. So taking care of yourself before taking personal time, making sure you're talking to therapy or doing whatever you need to do to take care of yourself so that you can provide the care that's needed to the residents. We saw one of the lessons that we saw during COVID was that the frontline staff needed more training from an emergency standpoint. They weren't getting from the leadership level. The communication wasn't being passed down. So they were the boots on the ground. They needed that training, and mental health was part of that training. So,
I really like that. It's something that I think was not, I don't want to say it was lacking before COVID-19, but it's really come to the forefront. And Gil, when you talk about your experiences, and you used to deal with a lot of larger scale things, but how are the lessons that you learned through Homeland Security, through your experience with the fire department, being implemented in putting out efforts to help support people with their mental health and organizations with their mental health?
Well, first of all, let me say one thing. I've known you for 24 years and you're still talking to me, so I must be doing something okay. That's a great point, and I'm going to piggyback on what Kristen just said, because it really, and Maddie said it too, it really does boil down to what can all of us do to minimize the effect of a disaster as it relates to a larger emergency, and people being able to come to work and being available to do what they have been trained to do. One other area that I think that we've hit on today in a couple of different areas is the fact that there are systems in place and people should be trained to understand and speaking the same response language, like the ICS training that we talked about and that a couple of you expressed interest on. And then also maybe there's another disability that we don't always think about, and that is the possible geographic disability of some people that live in remote areas that may not have access to the resources that we have here in the Valley. And they're not that far away, but that is a definite possibility. And again, things that we can do to address that.
Talk about that for a second, Gil. You've got a helicopter ride in the future. Why don't you tell the folks what you're going to be doing?
A week from today, I'll be down in the Supai Village training the tribe down there in ICS, and we're doing ICS 700 and 100. So it's basically just scratching the surface of the system. And when you think about limited resources, that's what made me think of this geographic disability. There's 300 to 400 tribal members. I'm sure they have extremely limited resources. They are not going to operate a system like they would here in the Valley. There are they do have disasters down there. They have flooding, significant flooding at times. 11 or so years ago, they had to evacuate the entire village, which is about, I said, 300 people. So there are some things that need to be addressed. I'm not fully aware. I'm trying to educate myself on some of the issues that they are dealing with currently. But I'm sure I'll learn some things while I'm down there.
So Kristen, speaking of ICS, before we move on, for the last 10 years, we've been educating our nursing homes on Incident Command System. Talk a little bit about that initiative and why, we've got representation here from Friendship Village, Tempe, Fellowship Square, Archstone is in the back. Long-term care is finally at the table when it comes to emergency management.
Yeah, I think that took some years, but thanks to the Disaster Ready program, we have implemented Nursing Home Incident Command, and Gil and Stan do a great job bringing that to the table and bringing long-term care in so they can speak the language and be ready to assist if there's a need. They have beds, they have staff, so I think it's important that they know the language and can practice for various incidents. It's not just your fire drills you have to worry about. It's the fire, it's the flooding, it's cybersecurity, it's various different things, and it took a long time to get that across.
When you talk about incident command-based training or the incident command system, I mentioned earlier, I think all of you that you were here, that I first became involved in this because I met Gil and we went through the incident command-based system. But I realize now that a lot of the core tenets of that can be used for mental health emergencies too. And let me give Shar and John Scott an example. It's not always a large scale, and I've already mentioned that a couple times, but it might be a significant thing that happens in your organization. A key employee passes away, or a key member passes away, and there's a lot of people that are affected by that. And under incident command, you would sort of rally together. But Shar, specifically, tell me with COPA, the attitude about embracing that process of trying to make sure that people are taken care of, even though it seems like it might not be directly affecting them.
Certainly. So at COPA, for those of you who don't know our service structure, we have social services, which essentially is all of our housing programs. We have members residing in our group homes. We have employment and day programs for individuals with intellectual developmental disabilities and behavioral health conditions. And then we have traditional integrated outpatient clinics serving members who have both comorbidities related to behavioral health conditions, seriously mentally ill, in addition to medical conditions. So I share that because we do have across the spectrum, quite an array of complexities in a member's care. And so at any given time, we do have a lot of grief and loss that we experience. We have trauma, we have vicarious trauma that's experienced from our staff. And during, especially again, going back to the pandemic, there were a lot of EAP that was being referred out within our organization. And although I hope there's no EAP providers in this room, although EAP is great, it's touching the surface. It's just barely connecting our employees or our members who are working as it relates to any of the mental health conditions or distress that they're under. So we had to get very, again, creative and innovative in ways in which we are connecting with our employees. So we looked at internally, what do we have as it relates to our structure, our programming. We were just starting to have an APA doctoral training program pending, wherein we have postdoctoral fellows that we're currently providing services to members who were receiving services out of our sites. And so these are docs. They were pending getting either their PsyD or their PhD, and they were providing all this service to our members, but yet not to our own employees. And so we took that group and we said, what if you came and did an on-site EAP light type of program for any and all of our employees who were going through those kinds of distressing situation? And it was a beautiful movement, if you will. We had quite a few postdocs that came together. They started having quarterly types of group sessions with employees wherein they just started enlightening individuals that we employ around a variety of different mental health topics. And then they would also be deployed to any one of our facilities wherein we would have one of these types of events occur. And it's still happening today. I highly recommend, if you don't have the resources or ways in which you can have that type of capability executed, look internally, look within your partnerships, your community, internal, external stakeholders, because there are a lot of things that we were able to do just by looking inward.
Yeah, I mentioned before about having a champion for emergency preparedness, having a champion for keeping an eye and a hand on the pulse of how people are doing is also very important. And I always have to be careful, John Scott, when I start talking about the new norm, because I think people are going to expect another norm to pop up next to me. But things like the difficulty in hiring right now. The stress that is being put on the caregivers that are having to work too much or work hours that they're not expecting, and how that might relate to the members that they have or the patients that they have or the residents that they have. How is that type of thing being addressed with your organization?
I think everybody in here is short-staffed. Is anybody fully staffed? If you are, I want to know your magic potion, because it just isn't happening. On the day that COVID hit, the first time that there was a person with COVID in our building, 30% of my staff didn't show up. Another 30% were very scared. The 30% that didn't show up, they weren't cowards. They were concerned, because at that time, nobody knew what we were dealing with. And nobody in this room knew what we were dealing with. I was of the flavor that it's like the flu will be gone in April. But it didn't. It went on for 3 years. That 30% that didn't show up was because many of my staff are Hispanic, first-generation Americans, and they have their parents at home. Well, this will kill their parents. And we were told it'll kill the kids. So do you want to go to work, or do you want to save your family? That has still penetrated the market. And you can see there's so many people that are looking to work remotely so that you don't have to put up with the disease. But the mercy is still necessary. Now, what we did is I took the first vaccination shot, again, whenever no one knew what that would do. Some people, we still don't know what the outcome is. But I am of the generation that if I want my crew to do it, I'll do it. So I took the first one, and we were the example. Other people set the example, and we persuaded. I didn't mandate. I persuaded And over 99% of our crew voluntarily got the shot. I had people who were conscientious objectors, and I was able to find ways that they could still work on the campus. Because remember, they were working the year before the virus, showing up every day, and all of a sudden they became the enemy. They didn't become the enemy. They were my saviors before we had a vaccination. So why should they have to change? So I found ways that I could work with them so that they could, in good conscience, continue to give mercy to my residents. It's hard to do. And I don't give anybody bad marks for COVID because nobody knew where it was. So whatever your position on that was, we still have a workforce that we got to bring back into a room with disease in it and people who are diseased. And it takes courage to do that. And it's not like I'm paying them $100,000 a month to do it. So, you have the pay. We are faith-based. We pray a lot. But everybody, every organization, every faith-based organization, every secular organization is short-staffed. So at this point in time, we're just going to keep doing what we're doing till something happens.
Kristen, let's talk about the workforce a little bit more. The Arizona Healthcare Association, funded by Arizona Department of Health Services, we had a grant called All Hands on Deck, where we understand that Shar, Norm, other leadership from COPA is here right now. When the emergency or disaster happens at the hospital or the nursing home or the day program, leadership is not always there. Talk a little bit how we focused on frontline staff and how we've got to train them to think like an incident commander, to be ready for emergencies, because somebody's got to be in charge.
Yeah, I think that what we saw was we were putting on these nursing home incident command trainings across the valley, and we were getting the maintenance directors, we were getting executive directors, we were getting leadership, but that wasn't the right people in the room, and we saw that when the frontline staff had to put boots on the ground. They were the ones that had to be the incident commander during COVID, and they didn't know what to do. So they didn't know how to think like an incident commander. So we started All Hands on Deck, where we were training them to think like an incident commander. We partnered with NACA, our National CNA Association, and brought in leaders to talk about their experience with real life emergencies and how to get them to think like an incident commander and get them the training that they needed, because oftentimes leadership's not in the building when emergencies are happening. It's them that have to take charge and get other people involved, tell them what they need, get the logistics, get operations, and make sure that the emergency is handled the right way.
Gil, real quick, talk about one of my favorite stories that you share. It's about ICS. It's about the structure involving a wildfire and a sacred mountain. How does faith sometimes come into these types of situations?
I did some. I've been doing some trainings here on tribal land in the last 8 months or so, and I had 2 archaeologists in the training in San Carlos, and one of them came up to me and said, the reason I got into this is there was a wildland fire in northern Arizona, or in the Globe area, and it touched on sacred land, tribal land that we feel is sacred. And she wanted to pray on the mountain, for the mountain. So she went to the incident commander and asked for, I forget if it was his or her, but the permission to go up on the mountain and say a prayer. And for whatever reason, it was denied. So she wanted to get a better handle on how these decisions are made. Where do the politicians come into this? And I'm telling Noah about a flood as I'm talking to all of you, because you know how all that works. But again, somebody that is unfamiliar with the system, unfamiliar with the process. I can't tell you why the incident commander denied that request. to pray for the mountain. It might have been an access issue. It could have been a safety issue. It could have been a lack of resource issue. I don't know. And I didn't ask her, and she didn't offer to tell me. But that's one of the things. It's who should understand ICS? The answer to that question is pretty much everybody. Everybody should have a pretty good understanding.
Yeah, when you talk about understanding ICS, and by the way, at Copa Health, I've mentioned this several times today, we don't use acronyms. It's incident command system. And but when you talk about that, it seems as though communication and being upfront as much as possible is the best way to go. So John Scott, who in your organization, if you're not there, has the ability to make the call on what people are told and what people are not told? I mean, you don't, for each situation, have a public information officer, but how do you deal with that?
It would go to the most senior person below me. That's who would do that. And we have training. We actually have training on that. And we have training for when the media shows up, what to do. And the receptionist has like 10 rules. And it's very important that we ask certain questions, and they know exactly what questions to ask. If it's media that we're wanting to come up, that's much easier. But it's very easy for things to be said. One thing that we've told everyone not to do is to say no comment. No one's allowed to say no comment. They're allowed to say, I need that information, and they'll point to the person who has authority as opposed to saying no comment. But that's part of our training. And it's usually a speech like, well, that's just something that the Mesa police are working on. We have an excellent relationship with the city of Mesa, and we want them to do a thorough investigation, and we're awaiting their results. That sort of thing. Thankfully, in 26 years, we've never had a disaster on the property. I've never had a fire. We've never been sued, but we have had thefts. And in the one situation, the person who did the stealing was a security guard, which is bad enough. He made the mistake of stealing from a lady whose son was a commander of the Mesa Police Department. But because of the technology we have these fob keys. It says date and time of who entered. In 24 hours, he was the primary suspect. In 48 hours, he was arrested, and now he's doing 6 to 10 for grand theft larceny, and all grand theft, and all the diamonds that he took were recovered because of the technology that we had.
Ed, you can applaud. So, it's interesting because we talk a lot about emergencies. I was talking to Stan earlier. He was asking me how my wife was doing because we're coming up on the 6-year anniversary of the Las Vegas shooting, and she helped out with some people there. But Shar, when it comes to a term that a lot of people may not have heard, but mental health first aid, where does that fit into this, and how does that get rolled out in an organization? I know how it does at Copa, but how would you roll it out in an organization, small, medium, and large?
Good question. Actually, before I got to Copa, we were having conversations systemically about rolling out mental health first aid to the schools. So, that was an area in which it took a lot of leadership to support that type of movement, that type of training. For those of you who have not gone through mental health first aid, just to give you a quick 30-second commercial about it, it is a very light training related to how you can identify, screen, and refer individuals under certain mental distress, and really making sure that you have the resources to identify when there are suicidal ideations or somebody who is going to be dangerous to someone else. And so it's a really easy, clean, I think, very friendly way to introduce the topic without being too heavy for a lot of individuals. So you really can roll it out to any institution. I was one who advocated for junior highs and high schools, training it for kids as young as 12 to be able to identify it with within their own peer group. And as we've seen from the pandemic, we certainly have had a peak, unfortunately, in the amount of completed suicides for youth. So it's really important for us to familiarize ourselves, not all be licensed psychologists, but certainly have some level of awareness that it is existing and it's amongst all of us. I don't know one person, family, or friends who has not had somebody who's been affected with some kind of mental health condition. And so it's here, it's the reality. It's just a matter of getting comfortable with it, having a certain level of awareness, and then knowing when to refer when appropriate. And so mental health first aid is predominantly supported by a lot of various institutions, whether small, big, or medium or large. I would recommend going to ADHS. They have information, as does Access on their website, as does any of the health plans in the state of Arizona. They're really big on making sure that everyone has that information. And certainly at COPA, we can refer you to.
So I wanted to make sure, because I'm not going to ask too many questions. Stan might have another one. But Kristen, I just wanted to ask you one question, one follow-up before we open it up to the audience for questions. But when you're talking about something like incident command system and the training, I went through it. It's fairly easy to go through. When you're talking about mental health first aid, how do you see that being implemented with the organizations that you work with? Because you work with a little different population.
I think it's just continuous training. What we try to do is we provide it, and then we try to teach our members who are attending these trainings to incorporate them into their own buildings. So we can't get every employee at our trainings. So if we can get 2 or 3, then they can take that back and incorporate it in their in-services or when they have new employees join. And it's making sure that it's happening continuously, not just once and then they're done, they have it forever. It's continuing that training and coming back again and again.
Yeah, I like that a lot because we have all 1,400 Copa Health employees here. Wait, no, we don't. But we do have the ability to train the trainer. Stan, questions?
Well, Norm, I don't know if you were going to open it up to the audience, or I wanted to maybe just finish it up by putting the 3 that have been here all day on the spot and say, what's your biggest takeaways from today? And then maybe have Dr. Shar put a bow on this whole thing. All right, Gil, you got a minute.
Let me start.
Tell us what your biggest takeaway was.
As I say with every one of these preparedness conferences and readiness conferences, it never ends. It's not like you're building a house and you start today and 6 months later you're done. It's a continuous process. And the other thing is collaboration. If you see somebody here that you don't know, share a business card.
I think mine's personal preparedness. We can preach and preach and preach and say, continue to get educated, make a plan, be prepared. But then I think of my own personal life, and I don't do fire drills at home. I don't know that my children know what to do if we have a fire. I know they're getting that at school, but just personal preparedness and having a plan and making sure that plan's communicated.
For me, earlier I was talking about the problem our community was having with homeless, and a group of people over here said they can help me with it. And I thumbs up. I've been looking for someone to help me with that, and I was eager to find out who could help me with it. Now you have to know I'm past chair of the board of Copa Health, but Copa Health, City of Mesa Outreach, can help me with that. We're so big, I had no idea we were doing it, and the solution, I could have called Shar. Okay, so that's my biggest takeaway is sometimes it's already provided for you, you just have to ask. So.
All right, commercial, I like that.
I don't even, is it working? Yes. For me coming in, by the way, I'm in no way, shape, or form a veteran like Norm with this conference who facilitated this 10 years ago. For me, this is the 4th year that I've been a part of this process. So thank you to Jeff, to Norm, who really introduced me to this concept, who've continuously been really teaching me about ways in which we can get better prepared during an emergency. And there's been so many iterations that I've seen from year after year after year. And a lot of it is just what we're experiencing in this room. So I have yet to experience 1 year wherein I haven't learned something from one other stakeholder that's been a part of this process. And so, as someone said, Rome was not built in one day. And so we certainly can't know it all, do it all, but this is a great start. And so thank you to everybody who's been a part of this process and who continues to help us.
Thanks so much, Shar. And I have to just say, just to sort of end the conference here, I do want to have everybody stand up and give a special shout out to Jeff Baer. I was told 3 or 4 years ago I need to learn how to delegate, and Jeff has really stepped up and pushed this forward. He still comes to me with questions, but I'm just so proud of the work that he does. And also, the final thing, I heard an actor once say that acting isn't acting, it's reacting. And I think reacting is what these conferences really help us with. We cannot know if a comet is going to come down and hit in the middle of this room in 10 minutes. But we can know that we've been talking about how to handle situations like that. And I think that is so important, whether it's, a medical emergency, a widespread emergency, or a mental health emergency. And I just want to thank everybody once again, especially those repeat attendees. And we hope that you all will come. This is the largest that we've had so far. We had 200 people. We maxed out the system signing up. We had over 130 people show up today, and I think that there was such a great feeling towards it that we're going to just keep growing this. So thank you so much.